Lys has gone to deliver Fordola into the custody of the Alliance, leaving Minago and her men to hold the residential district. Once the Alliance has breached the main gates and commenced their assault, Resistance forces will push through the entrance and into the fray. In that case, I'll remain here. My search for Krell took me into the city, and my familiarity will prove useful. Understood. So, with me. Okay. Do I need to carry Krell? Like, I can do that. I don't mind, really. Krell? You okay? Attuned to the Aetheryte. Done. Okay, next. Oh, hang on. Gotta unlock the Chocobo Keep, because you can tell I was talking to these first time around. Because I've ever used those mechanisms. It is far too early to celebrate. Xenos is not finished with us yet. Krell is safe, the Alamegan quarter secure. We could not have hoped for a better outcome. I don't know what it became of Arnivald and the others after I was taken. It's a relief to see them on Harvey. The Aetheryte is perhaps the most strategically important landmark here, as it can serve a gateway for attuned troops with sufficient anima. Such tactics are not without risks, however. Were the Imperials to discover the Aetheryte was being used in such a fashion, they might turn their artillery upon us, destroying the beacon in the better part of the district at the count of countless civilian lives. Yep. God, Krell, it's so good to see you. I feared the worst. Don't worry, Arnivald. She is only being studied and experimented upon for the sake of making an artificial intro, or echo, excuse me. The Resident is what they called that. We'll begin departing shortly for Porta Praetoria to rejoin the main host. Arnivald, I would have you remain here with Thancred that you might support the Resistance troops. Understood. I trust you will refrain from doing anything I would not. We are both too young to die. No noble sacrifices. Got it. Lunch was a simple affair today. Reheated burritos. And some carrots. And 3 chocolate-covered cherries. Or whatever those are called. I have a box. Hey, Pillow Willow, excuse me. I almost called you Pillow Aurora. Hello, Tim. Let's see. Questions. How do I feel about Y'shtola being sidelined in Shadow? And by Shadow, I mean Storm. I see SB and I think Shadowrunners. Do you think the writers had Xenos hurt her and therefore needed her off-screen for realism, or the other way around? You know, truth talking, I have no idea. I think they wanted a bit of the Death Star effect, and they just kind of chose her. And they wanted her in Shadow, so she just kind of drew the short straw, so to speak. Kind of like how Lys is going to be barely relevant in Shadow, for example. Or if I could phrase this a different way. One of the things we know that FF14's team has done pretty much from the beginning. Yeah, chocolate... You don't like chocolate-covered cherries? Ugh. Sorry. Ban! Alright, so... is we know the FF14 team has looked at WoW in multiple cases and said, alright, what works and how and why, and how can we make this work? And one of the things I know that they've done is they've looked at some of the story structure of WoW and said, well, how can we apply that? If you're wondering the relevance, something WoW does both well and badly is every expansion has a few main characters. Even though, logically speaking, most characters should be relevant in pretty much every expansion of WoW, given the nature of that game's story, in any given expansion, you know, these specific characters tend to get far more focus and far more story presence than the others. And if this sounds familiar, I am describing what FF14 does as well. Now, several of these expansions have been far more heavily focused on Person A over Person B, and so forth and so on. I mean, think about how little time Thancred has here versus how much time Thancred's going to have in Shadow. But the thing is, I do think 14 did it better, because what WoW has a problem is WoW tends to do a thing where the only characters who get focus are the ones getting focus for that particular expansion, whereas 14 focuses on characters for that expansion, but the other characters don't just suddenly leave the narrative entirely, right? So I do think that 14 took the lesson to heart and applied it better. The scouts said that Dragoon's armor was unmistakable. Yeah, it's not him. Even on the verge of this siege, Sir Aymeric will not forgo his tea. To see him drink it so calm and composed, you would think him anywhere but a battlefield. You too are the picture of composure, though that's hardly surprising given your combat experience. Hi, Bragwin. Hi, Rax, who's actually right over there. Whoopah! There we go, okay. Gotta give a welcoming whoopah there.
Ah, the heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial commander. What are you after, a medal?
No, I have no use for a medal.
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Xenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
Might she speak of our missing Omega?
Very possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Allagan technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Cid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Ah, Lys. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Xenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Kryl, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Mayhap I can offer some insight into her claims, or at least into the facility and the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
Thancred told us only that Fordola had undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met. If it weren't for Oriange's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
I don't know if I agree with that.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
Oh, you've got to stop doing that.
In calling upon Lady Alisaie after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. A most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ a metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Alisaie's soul.
Wait, have you not just described a manifestation of the Echo?
I had no conclusive proof. The available anecdotal evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem. I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
That ether to stun, I suppose.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Urianger is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least, and one which makes me wonder what else Xenos has in store.
Whatever the Viceroy's newfound powers, I know of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must, for there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Alamigo.
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Nevertheless, let us pursue with due caution.
Well, no one's saying we shouldn't be cautious. Though maybe I was getting a bit carried away. Right, I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the Resistance forces are waiting.
I can think of 3 entities right now we'd probably have trouble fighting.
It is time we join the main host. Kryl, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
I mean, we do that in real life, don't we, Disco? I prithee proceed with utmost caution, Lore. If there be truth in Fordola's word, the Viceroy is indeed possessed of power, echoing that of the Icons, then greater strength still shall be required to bring about his defeat. If I may say, General, is there aught Lork and I can do can assist with the final preparations? I'm glad you asked. Pippin informed me that we're in position and ready to go. Naught remains but to notify the commanders. Okay. Let's do it. No, I do not, Ross. In my experience, red pepper flakes actually only work best when specifically cooked and sautéed, so that their flavor can then immerse into whatever else it is I'm cooking. And honestly, I don't use oil all that often in my cooking, so it tends to be a pretty rare thing. But you should be the one to bring me the word. By the Fury, it's good to see you, my friend. You who stood with us in our direst hour shall ever be inspiration to my countrymen. And to me. Though Ishgard's debts can never be repaid, it is my hope that our deeds this day shall go some small way to redressing the balance. All is ready? Very well. Though many will fall in the coming battle, how many more shall know liberty for the sacrifice? There's a time for peace and a time for war. Even the matron understands this. We who have received of hers and the elemental's blessing go now to stand for Eorzea and her children. Oh, that sounds cool. It is time, then. Though it is not my theater of choice, we will play our part. Our cannons care not either way. The batter has sunk enough ships to fill a fleet. 'Tis not like to be bested by a gate. Yeah, I noticed they all turn around to face us as we approach. It's a neat little touch. One of those little touches that they added in Stormblood. Thank you, Captain, for humoring an old bull. Maelstrom, Adder, and Ishgardian forces in position, General. Resistant forces in the Alamigan court are ready and await our signal. Not to do but the deed itself. So, who wants to be there for Alamigo? Because it is this quest. I'll go ahead and roll up the dice for anybody who wants to be present. That's an interesting number. I've already reserved a spot for Rax as a thank you for all the work and effort he's been putting into things. So I have 2 slots. So if you want to be in, pick a number between 1 and 100. I rolled an interesting number, and that's all I'm going to say. I await I shall look at questions. Is there a trope that you think should be a way to do it theoretically to be a positive, but I've encountered no such examples of it so far? I feel like the answer to that is yes. However, I've been thinking on that one for a little bit. And I think I'm going to go with the answer is no, because most of the examples I tend to think of usually have one or two exceptions where it's okay. Correct, Colin Peluso. So, par exemple, 10,000 years, well, that can be done to good effect if you actually do something with it. Mass Effect is a decent example of that. Chosen One stories? Illidan. So, the fact that I can name such an exception just off the top of my head pretty much showcases that those don't count. So, I'm going to go with no, I can't think of such a trope. Disco says, what's your favorite lyrical song in FF14? Well, I hear that one brings shadow, and one brings light. And that's all I'm going to say about that for right now. Meanwhile, Zedsler's trying to punch me. Alright, so numbers. Is this everyone? Well, if it isn't, tough. So, the number was 3 on a D100. I mean, that's possible. That's how that works. So, Pillars of Snow, which is Onyxia, I think, gets in. And one more, which is going to be Zedslayer, it looks like. Although, if it's okay, Zedslayer, since you were in the last one, do you mind if I pass on you? Yeah, no kidding, Rex. I mean, anybody who's seen me D&D knows my dice are legendarily terrible. Last week was a rare exception. I got 3 crits in one combat encounter. So that would make it, I guess, Bregwin next. Yeah, so for those of you not aware, hi Evo. For those of you not aware, I've actually met Will Wheaton in person. Even asked him a question about D&D. And the running gag amongst my friends and family is that he cursed my die that day forward. Because ever since, my dice have sucked. I can't see it. You're in someone, says Lair. You're inside someone! Help me invite Bregwin. And there we go. Okay. Oh, not too shabby. I think the black works better than the yellow that I've got going on. I think it's a little bit too much in some cases, like the flames aren't quite my thing. But otherwise, I like it. I don't see Pillars of Snow. Oh, no. There you are. Oop. This is you, right? I'm not misremembering. Oh, my dice are crap. My dice are the crap. This is... I'm not sure which one this one is. Weathered Biku. I think this is the 80 set. I feel like this is the 80 set. Because that's what most of my sets are based off of, is the 80 sets. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's the 80 set. Because I like most of the 80 sets. So, as a reminder, almost immediately after this dungeon, we have a raid. So we're going to need 4 more people. So if anybody would like to be there for the Menagerie, please feel free to be ready to go for that dungeon. Please and thank you. And by dungeon, I mean raid. Okay, so. Right then, I must go to my man. I should be leading the first charge through the breach. Shall head to the front. As I say, I'll definitely get you in for the trials, Ed. Pippin has commanded artillery. He'll not be hard to find. Before you go, final favor. Give this to my son. Okay. This I can do. Is it slow or fast that's better for you, Fife? Oh yeah, this is a perfect time to show this off. I want you to look at this castle, okay? Just look at this. Wrong button. There we go, this button. Do you see that castle? Even in MMO scale, this castle is gargantuan. And you're probably thinking, and look, the walls go way over there. All the way over there. And the reason I'm showing this off is because this is a bit of visual storytelling. I'm actually going to give this a plus for this. This is a bit of visual storytelling for not only Alamigo, but the Mad King. The fact that in this relatively piss-poor country that has problems making water happen, this is what he ended up building. Or expanding might be a better way to put that. Because I'm pretty sure the original castle, which is we're barely even in range of, was there before him. That's that piece up there. And then I think he fleshed out all the rest of this crap. I could be wrong about the specifics, because unfortunately there is a frustratingly small amount of lore about the Mad King. But still, yikes. Okay. We'll see if we take that long, then. There we go. Now, what's the name of this zone? The Locks. Yep. I was gonna say, I feel like there's one more solo duty. Like, right here. Captain Alphino. There you go, have a package? I don't know what's in this thing. By the 12, this is Tizona. The Bull of Alamigo's legendary sword, forged from 2 cursed blades. The sword is a symbol everything my father fought to achieve, a weapon claimed on the blood sands, and with it fortune and glory. Its flames consume the unworthy, but by fire he was reborn. That's actually extremely touching if you think about it. He gives this to his son on the charge to reclaim his homeland. Once we begin, no respite until we're done. You ready? Yep. Vice Marshal, Imperial units approaching from the north. Aiming to destroy artillery, huh? How many? Unconfirmed, at least 1 squadron, but they're wolfmen. Ferre Domite, bloody hells, that's all we need. Call up the Bloodsworn. Marshal Tarpin, wait. These wolfmen of whom you speak hail from Doma. They were coerced into fighting, spirited away to a foreign land, told if they disobeyed their lives or their kin would be forfeit. But their homeland has been liberated. They have no reason to continue serving their imperial masters. Ere you engage them, I beseech you, grant us a moment to convince them to lay down their arms. Yep, no, I'm pretty sure this is the solo duty I died on, like 3 times. Go ahead, make fun. I deserve it. If this is the one I'm thinking of, which I'm pretty sure it is. So I'm probably going to have to bow out of the group here for a second. Yep, nope, this is it. Alright, so I'm gonna leave. Wait, hang on, let's make sure Rax gets leadership. Now I'm gonna leave. There we go. Last time I did this as a red mage. We'll see how this works out. And ironically, no, I don't, Pika. But then again, there's some debate about that, so... Clear the road! Honorable warriors of Doma, my name is Alphino Olivia. I come before you with news of great import. Silence, boy! You stand on the battlefield. Be gone or be cut down. Doma is free! Lord Hien has returned and driven Yotsuyu and the Imperials from your lands. We were there. We helped him. There's no need for you to fight for Xenos. Lord Hien is dead and you're a liar. What could a boy such as you do against Magitech? Throw stones and spit curses? Invoke my lord's name again at your own peril. Will you suffer no falsehoods? I speak only the truth! Put up your weapons, I beg of you. Let us speak as friends and not shed blood in vain. If your claims are true, we would gladly sheathe our blades and embrace as brothers. But since they surely must be false, we would be traitors to accept. Our lives and those of our loved ones would be forfeit. Words are air. You'll prove the truth of your tale on the battlefield or die with dishonor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, when did they add that easy mode option? Because I'm pretty sure it didn't exist when I did this. In fact, there's a thing coming up which I'm pretty sure there was no easy mode on, too. It was one of the first roleplay fights. Yeah, that tracks. It's the roleplay fight. I know there was no easy mode in the roleplay fight in the steps, if you know the one I'm talking about. But I think that's pretty early on, relatively speaking. You're no strangers to battle, that much is plain. I am white. I am Hakuro, and I will be your opponent. Have at you. That's the one, USN Corp. Combo going. Then we're gonna beat the crap out of him. The rest of our combo going. Yeah, see how much HP he has even while I'm on easy? Jeez Louise. No wonder I had issues with this fight. Like, for a bit of contrast, you saw how much I absolutely blitzed my way to the trash earlier, right? And of course, this is back when I was having some more,
Pull yourself together!
issues dodging things because of connection problems. So, you know. Yep, I died on that 3 times. Like I said, make fun if you want. This fight beat the snot out of me. You fought with honor and restraint. You could have killed my men and even me, but you did not. For this I thank you. Warriors brave and true, I pray you tell us of the battle for Doma's liberation. We should be glad to do so. Explain, explain, explain. Lord, he had returned. Such joy this news brings us. But for Lord Gosetsu to perish in the keep's collapse, to be taken from us by such treachery, there was no justice. I don't know what any of that means, Disco. You knew him well. Aye, he would not suffer us to mourn with so much undone, and we will not. Duty comes before all. All Lupin shall know of Doma's liberation and your part in it. When you breach the gates, we shall turn on the Imperials as one. With fang and claw, we shall rip open the throats of our masters. This the White swears. Thank you. When our war is ended, I am certain your lord will help us to return you all to Doma. Such a curious thing, destiny, to see us with friends of Lord Hien, the distant corner of the world. But we will not keep you. Your day is not yet done. Alright, so hold on. Cutscene. So what, have I been doing it in reverse? Because I thought that's the way I was supposed to do it. Apparently, I was wrong. Artillery Black Mages. What is this, FF11? Points if you get it.
Ah, you are returned. Were your negotiations with the Wolfmen successful?
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation. They withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Hear, hear. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates.
Okay, I'll just swap it then, Disco. Truth be told, I was only doing the combo in that order because I was told to. You may or may not remember that. You may or may not have been present for that, but that was during the Diablos fight. Back in the Dune Skythe raid stuff, and someone was like, you should do this one, then the other one. I was like, oh, okay, I'll do that. And I've been doing that ever since.
Give me hellfire! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno! Now give me a curse and winter! Enough ice and snow to bury a behemoth! All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock!
And yeah, this is pretty smart, too. Burn/melt, then freeze, then break.
Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
Is that...
Bear witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters! Doma is come to pay her debts!
Lord Hian?
We will deal with the flying machines! Forward, my friends! For freedom and justice!
What? Pippin's not a badass, he's just smart and kind of an awesome character. Raban's the badass.
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing!
But Pippin's legit, I like him.
We're through. The way is clear.
Oh yeah, Pippin absolutely has taken to the lessons of his father, no question. Go ahead and invite me, Rex. Whenever you're ready. Thank you. The Vice Marshal's strategy for breaching the gates was most ingenious. A pity he did not account for the Magitek armor, but to be fair, they didn't account for the Domans either. By the Fury. Did that man just bring down a flying armor with a stroke in midair? Yeah. You do not think he would actually wait until the last... Oh no, of course not. He's no Vidofnir. We find Xenos, kill him. No hesitation. Others may be taken prisoner, but not him. Not under any circumstances. And by the way, that is absolutely the correct call for Roban to have right there. Impeccable timing, those Domans. Come, comrades. The enemy's gate is down. Forward! By the way, the name of this quest is Stormblood. We are at the end of the MSQ 4.0. I trust your unit of elite adventurers is ready. Yep, they're right there. So... I don't mind what I'm going as for this one. I'd kind of like to go as Samurai if I can. But I accept if I can't. I also have the wrong glamour on for Samurai. I'd really like to bring Samurai for the next fight. Well, that means we need a healer. Okay, hang on. Let me change my transmog because I can't here. Where's the nearest town? I guess that's Gridania. Hang on, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, I guess Ralgar's reach is close. Ah, whatever. I'm already here. Samurai. Oh, nope, that was it. There we go. Alright. Back I go. Alright. Okay, I look like myself. make sure we're minimum level, etc., etc. To be perfectly frank, Tim, I have no idea, because I like to mentally headcanon that the adventurers aren't even there in lore. So, make of that what you will. Okay, I'm ready to go with the proper hat gear. Headgear? Okay, no, whatever. Hi, Zitzler. Wait, what is on your face? Zoom in. My god, it's terrifying! Exactly, Bragwin. It looks like we have at least two people, so we just need 2 more to do the raid right after this. Perfect. Ugh! So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this dungeon because I've done it like 50 times. I think it's actually closer to like 10, but still. This dungeon happened a lot. Oh, it was okay. I didn't like the new chicken that much, Mess. I'll probably just get barbacoa in the future. I'm gonna laugh if the mount drops, by the way. Because that's happened during a lot of our MMO runs. Is just, hey, look, it dropped. Okay. Good song, too. Good song, good visuals, good doodads. Pretty much automatically going to be a plus to story for this dungeon, as most of the final dungeons tend to be. I'm going to get it 70. That's right, we got the sparrow from Bardham's Metal. On camera. Oh, well then I don't have it. So who doesn't have the mount if it drops? We should probably figure that out in advance. I obviously have it, so I'm whatever on that. Okay, so Onyxia does not. Troops! Bragwin does not. Okay, so we have at least 2 people who don't have it, so we can just roll at that point. Rax doesn't deserve it. I mean. Listen, Rax, you have the frickin' Eureka mount. Why is that not doing that? Second time that's happened. Yeah, you have Osma. Exactly. I'm joking. If you want to roll for it, roll for it. Excellent. Time to answer Disco's question. So Disco asks, rare Star Trek question. Would the Federation allow a sighted person to get the Geordi visor interface surgery, assuming it needs surgery, which it does, it's worth noting? Or would they fear it would create a social schism between those who have and those who don't? The answer is, of course, I have no idea. I can only guesstimate on that. But considering Starfleet has a really weird thing about what is actually human and what isn't, and, you know, genetic engineering and all that, I actually have a feeling Starfleet, the Federation, would deny such a request. Now, whether they should or not is a slightly different question, but I'm pretty sure they would. So, next question. With how people are coming around to loving the prequel trilogy, do you think eventually we'll see love for the sequel trilogy? So, I think I saw Rax say something about this in chat while you asked that question. But if it wasn't Rax, I apologize. But either way, I do agree with the overall mentality that I don't think more people like the trilogy. I think the same percentage of people like the prequel trilogy. It's just either more people have seen it, because it's been 20 freaking years, or that's it, the end. Yeah, no kidding, says Slayer. But it's almost assuredly because of the same thing I just mentioned. So my point is, why does it keep doing that? Oh, that's why. I see what's happening. Okay, I'm found. So in short, I don't actually think there's going to be more love for the sequel trilogy in however many years, so much as more people are going to be exposed to it and therefore will be more likely to like it. I myself have spoken out in defense of the prequel trilogy several times, just, you know, in different and specific ways. In short, I would never say episode 1 or 2 are good, because they're not, they're terrible. But there are good elements to both movies, and frankly, I actually really like episode 3. It's among my favorite Star Wars films. Probably in the number 4 slot, give or take. So, speaking of references, this is the boss from Final Fantasy VII. Now remember, attack while the tail's up! That's another thing, too. There's nothing wrong with liking something that's bad, especially if you acknowledge that it's bad. I like the Van Helsing film. That is arguably a bad film, for example. Ah, right, this one. I remember this one. It is a pretty good Castlevania film. I'll actually agree with that. So as you can see, this boss likes to just kind of area denial while doing tons of damage if you fail to avoid. Hell, I enjoy Batman Forever. Batman Forever is a bad film. Well, okay, maybe that's being exaggerative, but, you know, it's not a good film. Might be a better way to phrase that. Put this over here. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. The way I like to call it, I'm just going to make this a lorem at this point. I like to call it not wearing pink. Some of you have actually already seen me talk about this. If you're going to bash something, bash it for something it's actually done, not for something it hasn't done. If you accuse Blizzard of not wearing pink when they're wearing pink, then you have failed at your criticism. You're just making something up. And to be perfectly blunt, we don't need to make stuff up to criticize Blizzard, or the prequel trilogies, or anything. You know? Yeah, I actually rather enjoy quite a few Arnold Schwarzenegger films. I mean, I enjoy not Rambo. What's different? Different guy. God, I can't think of the name of it now. Commando, that's it. I enjoyed Commando, and that's pretty much the definition of a schlock action film. Still fun. I mean, every now and again, you just need to blow off some steam. Yeah, lately Dwayne Johnson has really been filling that niche. And I actually enjoy Dwayne Johnson quite a bit, so that works for me. Oh god, American Ninja. I'm seeing American Ninja. Whoa, Rax is dead. Death with honor. I need to kill one. Whoa, nope, I'm just gonna get one shot. Terminator, okay, so Terminator 1 is one of those succeeds in spite of itself films. Terminator 2 is a pretty damn good film. I think I could make a strong argument for Terminator 2 being a very good film. Terminator 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 can all go to hell. Yeah, you remember, I actually mentioned this in the previous dungeon. Those frickin' gorillas suck. Those things hit like a truck. I don't know if you caught that, but just its white damage one-shot me. Now, granted, I was already a little low on health, but still, it was an 8,000 damage hit. I have 13,000 health. So yeah, I'm going to be single target focusing these things, as I should. Rax is going to continue to pull 2 monkeys, because he's insane. Still going to single target. I remember the very first time I did this place, I was, Red Mage. Or no, I was Astrologian, excuse me. And the tank was like, yeah, no, go ahead and pull whatever. Or I'm gonna go, I'm saying God, I keep screwing up my order of tenses. The tank said they were gonna pull whatever, and did this exact double pull right here, and there's actually another pull up ahead, like I think it's the next pull, which they did, and they died, and I felt so stupid, because I could not keep them up during that. But anyways, I killed one of the monkeys. Now I'm gonna run! Run! Wait. Sprint's off cooldown. No! I'm gonna kill this one guy right here. Here we go, here we go. Gotta kill one person! Quick! Quick! Kill the one! Kill the one! Yes! I did it! I did it! Okay. Yeah, Terminator 1 was definitely a Star Wars film. Just kind of tumbled into victory. Bunk, 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 and it was good. It's okay. We killed one of the monkeys. I would say no, Pika, but some people would argue that, and that's getting into some nitty-gritty details, so... Either way, Horizon Zero Dawn is actually... It is effectively post-apocalypse. Also, you keep screwing up the order of the Q and the exclamation mark, but I still saw the question mark. Do I like Jurassic Park 2? No. Do I like Jurassic Park 3? No. Do I like Jurassic Park 4? No. Do I like just... I think I'll stop here. Anyways. Right. Single target. Get down the monkey. In fact, here, let's just do this. Let's bring this sucker down right now. I didn't even see it. Zack tap. Sorry, hang on. CBC. I do like Jurassic Park 358 over 2 weeks. Have I seen the Resident Evil movies? I saw up to what I believe is the 3rd film, and each film was kind of worse than the previous one for me, so I just kind of bowed out of the franchise. I'm only aware of the later ones because I've read summaries of them. I've never seen them. I mean, Pacific Rim is a film that knows exactly what it's trying to be, so calling that a bad film is kind of head tilty a little bit. Yep, nope. So it's these dogs, and I think whatever's up there. Like, the tank was like, I'm gonna pull these dogs up to the next pack, and I'm like, no! And yeah, this is why. Because then this happens! That's the wrong button. Demolition Man is arguably a good film. It's made by talented people who are just having fun. Now, granted, that argument can be made in several cases, but I would make that argument with Demolition Man. It's a good film. It's not much, it's a very simple, you know, silly action humor bit, but I like silly action humor. After all, one of my favorite action humor films of all time is The Last Action Hero. And if you haven't seen that film, I recommend picking it up sometime. Anyway, so, questions. Let's see. If Xenos doesn't do anything, why is he given a desk job? You know, honestly, that is a good question, Disco, and the truth is, to my knowledge, we don't know. Like, I don't think we've ever actually gotten a definitive reason why Xenos has been put in charge of stuff. We've come up with theories. We've come up with several circumstances when it comes to, like, why exactly, come on, Xenos has been put in charge of anything. But I don't think we know the specific reason why he was put in charge of 2 separate Imperial provinces. Like, anybody? I'm gonna confess ignorance on this one. Because I got nothing. I mean, yeah, nepotism, but that's not honestly an answer if we're being completely blunt. Because we know Varys does not like his son. We know that. That's part of the frickin' backstory. So, boss number 2, Hojo. So this is a fun one. And believe it or not, this is foreshadowing, so pay attention. So he's fighting us in his little Hojo chair because, God, I don't know. Because he's not hardcore enough to chug chemicals to fight us, that's why. Whoops. Ah, whatever.
I shall have to share these findings.
Yeah, whatever, Hojo.
Initiate soul extraction.
So he actually removes our souls from us.
Success.
No, really. Now, there's a couple of strategies for how to deal with this. But avoiding the claw is arguably not a good strategy. That's why I'm not even bothering. But unfortunately, I'm having some bad luck here. So I'm going to have to do... Yep. Okay, that actually really sucks. I don't think I've ever had this much of bad luck on this before. This is ridiculous. Get to me. There we go. And back to my soul. Or back to my body, rather. So yeah, he's just... He can rip people's souls out. The thing is, he can't do much with them once they're out, as we just demonstrated. I mean, I don't have any use for soul. What are you talking about? Okay. And dead. And the world is a better place for his passing. No, really. Unfortunately, his research will outlive him. So, let's see. Questions. What has been the greatest improvement Storm made over Heaven's Word? Honestly, boss design philosophy. I mean, there's been a lot of little stuff, quality of life changes and improvements to a lot of aspects of the interface and how they do the quests and all that fun stuff. But I would say the single biggest change of improvement is how they design their bosses. And I've already talked about this several times. Introduce, tutorialize, expand upon. And I'm pretty sure we are now at the point where everything we're going to see, except for the optional dungeons, is going to follow that pattern. Not counting Endwalker, which of course I've never done. Let's see. So if you were to drop the Overlord and his minions in this setting, how would he match up? I mean, I'm pretty sure the Overlord from Overlord would be able to carve out a little fiefdom, but if he wants anything substantial, I don't think that's happening. And I'll accept that one and only spoiler, USM Corp. If you can call that a spoiler. Because, yeah, all the dungeons in Shadowbringer very much follow this pattern, and I do think that's a good thing, to be very clear. Damn it, Bella, no! No! Damn it, I can't bow. I can't bow without dying! Therefore I will die to bow to you, Bella. Thank you very much. Always appreciate that support. Always appreciate those donations. Thank you so much. I just had to spend $900 on an unexpected IRS bill this morning, so I definitely appreciate it. It's their mistake, too. That's the best part. You know me, I'm pretty tight about my taxes. But they were like, oh, we screwed up on this thing, you owe us $900. And I'm like, okay. And actually what I did was I double-checked the math, because of course I did. And I was like, well, there's actually a chance they're wrong. But the way this works, just a little bit of a pro-life tip for any of you out there. The way this works is if the IRS calls you out, pay the fee, and then contest it if you think you can, but pay the fee first. Because the thing is, if you contest it, and it turns out you're right, well, contestants take time. And you have a deadline to pay that fee. So what's going to happen there is a very real possibility is you'll pay the fee, or, you won't pay the fee, excuse me. And it'll be like, oh, hey, so you're late on this fee, and so we're going to start doing these extra overage charges on you, which can cause issues, and you would have to owe, regardless of whether or not you're found guilty of the original infraction, so you would still have to pay the fee on top of everything else. So just pay the original, pay the thing, then contest, which I am doing, by the way. I have contested it. And if they decide to, weigh in your favor, they will usually pay you back. I've never had an issue with that personally. By the way, I am speaking from experience here, if I didn't make that clear. I like how we have an ice and a fire Colossus. You might say these are swords of fire and ice. Anyways, so what did Bella donate towards? When is Kingdom Hearts getting created in FF14? Honestly, I really do think a lot of Kingdom Hearts bosses would make for some excellent boss fights in 14. So count me in favor of that. I assume you want that to go to the Kingdom Hearts block? This is gonna hurt, because I'm alt-tabbed. Ugh. You got it. Thank you again, Bella, very, very much. Oh, that's a good point. Screw Disney. So, hi, Xenos. How are things? Okay. Whoop, whoop. So, he has 3 basic mechanics, and he starts off doing one, and then the other, and then the other, and then he'll start layering them.
Yeah. Rend.
I don't remember which is which. I think this is the close one. Yep.
Kill. Yeah.
I kind of wish this had a special boss song, but that's okay. Yeah, oh, the healer's dead. Yeah, do not be in front if you can avoid it. Speaking of which, this is the out. So we've seen the in, that's wind. The out is lightning. There's another one. Hoping to at least show it off once. Looks like he's going to right here. See, speaking as someone who legitimately believes in the concept of taxes, and I mean that, screw the IRS.
Let this moment last forever. Yeah.
A little farther, a little farther. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm down for taxes. Really? I would probably lobby taxes after I took over the world. But, yeah. We are living weirdly long, given that we've been without a healer for like a solid minute now. We've gotten him below 50% here. Yeah, there's the big hit. I'm pretty sure that's the unavoidable, the healer tax. It's all up to me! This is it. The greatest attack. Oh, I'm too dead. You know, you're right, Bella. Reverse healer. So, yeah, no, he cleaves, and he hits pretty hard. You've seen all but one of his mechanics so far. Gotta get an idea for the fight. Let's see, best Final Fantasy meme. Oh god, I can't even think of an FF meme off the top of my head. I mean, there's the FF14 trial meme. I don't know. grapes? I don't even get the grapes one. Yeah, I understand it. I just don't get it. I got nothing. You know what? Suplexing a train. There we go. Suplexing a train. Spoony Bard would also count as a meme. Although, actually, killing Chaos. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. I changed my answer. I'm here to kill Chaos! Ironically, so we talked recently about how... Whoops. Come on. We talked recently about how they would make bosses larger in some of the, in the WoW raids, specifically to help with visibility. I will admit, probably the only thing I don't like about this fight is it's actually kind of hard to see which way he's facing. Because he's so tiny, you know? One of the few times where it's like, damn it, could you make the boss bigger? I mean, we know he's big. We've seen that ass.
Red!
Whoop, 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 whoop. This one. Oh yeah, that one. Yep. Just switching it out. I mean, yeah, there's the 5.3 boss.
Let this moment last.
Being extremely vague about that. Listen, Bella. Using my brain would be entirely too much. Yeah, E12 is a good example, too. Frankly, E8, one of my favorite E-raids, is also kind of bigger than it needs to be, but that's okay. I mean that in a good way. Like, it's been enlarged so we can tell what the hell we're doing.
Yeah.
That's our healer tax. But it's okay, we have a healer this time. We got this. Whoops. Spreading out. Nope. Okay, so the way that attack works, to explain that, is he targets each of us with a beam, so we just want to make sure that our beams don't overlap so we don't take double damage. That's all that is.
Red! This is the end.
So see, like, I'm over here specifically to make sure that people don't get hit by my beam. See?
Kill! Show me your lord.
There we go. So here's the other phase.
Yes, just so.
So each of these three swords does the same mechanics as the three mechanics he's been showcasing. Until we beat them. You want to know this number? Then you better show me your moves. Speaking of which, I was actually called unironically cringe recently. I'm not sure what to make of that. I mean, obviously it's an insult. That's whatever. Team. I don't even remember the context because it was on a VOD, which I don't remember what I did. But they called me cringe, so screw 'em. Next. We must kill. There we go. Spin.
The power to
Spin.
transcend.
And then big hit. There it is. And we're basically in the victory lap at this point. damn it, I was about to do it. Oh well, that's okay. He's fine, of course. God damn it, you guys suck. Forcing me to take the loot. I'm guessing the mount didn't drop. Yeah, no, I don't see any mount. I have a Xenos card, which I have. A Gaius card, which I have. Susano card. Hey, I didn't have the Susano card. Hey. Nah, he's fine. He's fine, Dr. Winter. Don't worry about it. We need 4 more people. Yes, Undermons. It's the mount I use.
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity. Such tenacity. I am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular, to feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face.
Like, I get it, Xenos, but God, that's just gross.
As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Oh, he's 100% projecting. He automatically assumes we're like him. He assumes that because he hasn't felt anything and he hasn't connected and he's got all these problems, that we have been in the same boat. He is, of course, extremely wrong. But he automatically assumes that. And so everything he is saying is exactly what he wants, thinks, and feels. So, recognize that? That is Shinryu.
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie. The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all.
I would like to think that there's no player out there who thinks of themselves as Xenos. But then again, that would involve having faith in humanity.
This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine.
No, Xenos is not like Kefka, and I will not take insult at that, but no, Xenos is nothing like Kefka.
Your fates are entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence. Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms. Oh my, have I said too much? Forgive me, sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
I mean, I would destroy it. I would destroy it. There's no question there.
Ah, as simple as that. But of course, you are the Icon's slayer. Such certainty is to be expected. A pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your abilities. I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the Resonant, and oh, so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the Imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear! Fear of the Icons! Fear of their power! Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic. Man should fight for the joy of it. To live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake.
Hold up. What?
For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn. I know you understand this. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
True enough, Casual. Yet, no. I deny you, Xenos. I always have, and I always will.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right. We are warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance. When the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend! This is all we are! Alamigo and Doma and Garlemald be damned!
And so he lets out Shinryu. Something that challenged Omega, I feel like reminding you of. I was going to say, this is probably the number 2 behind Bahamut. The icons are a bit of a questionable, but this is up there. This is 2 Dragon Eyes.
We tower above the gods! You by your gift, I by my might. And before the resonance, the gods shall be made to kneel.
You gotta give him some leeway, U.S. Corp. It's the first time he's felt, arguably, in his whole life. He said it himself, he's not used to feeling elated. Imagine feeling good for the first time in your life.
An ending to mark a new beginning.
So, we started the expansion with Shinryu. We end the 4.0 with Shinryu. Looks like we need another healer. That's a pity. I can heal, though, if I have to. Is he closer to Arden? No. I find it inaccurate to compare Xenos to other FF villains. He's his own thing. I really can't... The closest other FF villain I can come to him is Kuja, and even that is really only a surface-level comparison. So, no, I wouldn't compare him to anyone else. He's his own thing. Jeez. So I've actually never meleeed this fight. I've gotten this a couple of times in the roulette, so... This should be fun. I'm pretty sure this is the continuation of what we started back in Heavensward. The two-phase trial fight concept. So, first phase is just kind of whatever. The second phase is much meaner and has a much better song. So this should be fun. Exactly, Tim. I mean, imagine you feel good for the first time in your life. Wouldn't you want to continue that? Escalate that? Pursue that? Okay, that Lalafell is hysterical in this group. No offense. Just wow. So this is now our fourth battle with Xenos. And I'm not going to give this game this credit, but this should be the thematic core of the whole expansion. It's not, and that's okay, because they do other thematic cores with it, but what we see at the very end here is literally the personification, the physical embodiment of violence and hate, currently being possessed by someone who feels nothing except when he's fighting us. Think about that. Think about how that could have been used as a thematic core of Stormblood. It's not. Obviously, we've already showcased that. We're here. We're at the end. You know, you've seen it all. No, because Baldur doesn't feel anything, period. That doesn't quite apply. Right. Towards... I remember. Oh, wow! That was much further than I thought it was gonna be. Jesus! Yep, nope, I accept that. I thought it was gonna be like half the distance. God. And then the music gets quiet. It's kind of funny. Yes, this is the end of 4.0. Oh, is that a stack on? Oh God, I can't. It's funny. I was just complaining about bosses whose visuals are too small, And now I'm complaining about bosses where I can't see what I'm doing, because I can't zoom the camera out enough. Can't win! Yeah, funnily enough, Stormblood might actually be one of the longest in terms of just core MSQ that we've had. In terms of MSQ quests, or however you want to think of that. I don't know what he does next. Right. Okay, that's cool. I'm cool. Yeah, see, I don't like this song that much. It's okay. It's just like, alright, whatever. The next song's much better. Yep, no, it's still over here. Let's start off big this time, I think. Okay. Ugh! In the face there. I saw the question, Pyro, but I didn't understand it, so I'm gonna have to wait until I can see it in the queue. I can read quickly, but apparently I can't comprehend that quickly. In the face. The heavens are too small, field for our dance. Let us transcend this mortal coil. Ah, okay. That makes sense, Pyro. Oh, I should probably tap the button instead of putting my hands off the controls. Literally took my hands off the controls there, because I forgot that was even a thing. Anyways, this song's legit. Sorry. You know, I'm just going to start ignoring the QAQ while we're in battles. Okay, I gotta remember all this stuff, because there's a lot of stuff going on in this fight. Yep, there's the tail. Which, yep. I was just in a hurry, Fife, you know? I just... I don't remember. I think this is this. Yep. Snap, there we go. Oh yeah, by the way, notice how the ground's cracking? Yeah, so if those get hit again... Well, you could probably guess what's gonna happen. It's okay. It's not a permadeath, or else this would totally get a negative. Ah. I think I am going to codify another negative for the camera problem, though. Of course, I hate to do that. This is just way too zoomed in for this fight. It was all part of the plan. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know what that one is. Look at this. Ah. God damn. I just sucked on that fight. I got no excuses there. I completely missed the pit. So my first death was to me literally taking my hands off the keyboard. The second was to me not even seeing the pit before I fell into it. And then, of course, I had to kill Zero. That was just mandatory. But GG, everyone who isn't me. God damn. Oh well. We did it! We beat Stormblood. Now a scene that I'm going to talk about. Once it's done, of course. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed here, I actually changed direction too late to not hit you with it. It's the main character. Please.
Xenos.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted. And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not that you could ever understand. To have stood upon this great stage of fools. To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment, let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time, so clear, so vivid, so real, so real.
Coward!
Stop!
Why, Lise? Why?
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
I actually wanted that too, as that's there.
Where is he?
Is dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
Because they're stupid, Pretzel.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Stand tall, Lise. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
You're right. Thank you. Without you... well, you know.
No, you totally could have killed Shinryu while embodied and controlled by Xenos.
So let's do it together. For Alamigo!
Dude, Thancred is clearly the main character of this expansion. Sorry. Thank you, Gary, as always. I'm just going to assume Cthulhu saves the world. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this little outro. It's a weird one. Like, I get where they're going with it, but it's a little too A New Hope, and not in a good way. Because, yeah, then this happens. I'm just gonna do this for a second. I mean, you see why I call this a New Hope thing, right? But it's probably worth noting the A New Hope ending wasn't really all that good, if we're just being 100% honest with ourselves.
In Crimson it began, and in Crimson it ended. And then we were free.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to negative it. I don't know, I might debate that. But it's definitely not positive material, and it should be, and it's not. Anyways, Pyro, having had a chance to really read your question now, that would be awesome. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Guild Wars 2 does exactly that.
But what is freedom, really?
And it works really well over there. Da da da. Sorry. Thank you, Fife. Always. And you know what? I'm thinking in my head here. I'll put that towards the Kingdom Hearts block. Thank you.
We may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires.
You know what? No, I'm just going to give it a negative.
Strive for them.
I'll talk about it in a second, but this is getting a negative.
But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Xenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one.
See you around, Bella.
20 years of Imperial rule have left Alamigo torn and bleeding. It won't be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't.
I believe you, Valvatrix. I mean, I've been harsher on games that have done less bad than this.
The price of freedom.
So yeah, negative given. Moving on. I'm gonna update the HUD while she talks here.
I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you. This is the end. The end of the Imperial province of Alamigo, and the rebirth of Alamigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
Now, this is unkind, but you know what this reminds me of? The KOTOR 1 ending. Now, the reason that's unkind is because the KOTOR 1 ending is much worse. But, yeah, that's similar vibe. And part of the reason I gave that negative to is this acts like this is this big, huge, mega, ultra, everything's awesome forever ending, yay. The problem is, as the literal next quests will show...
What a fine mess we've made.
Sorry, Estinian, didn't realize you were voice acted. As literally the next quest will show, this "we did it, we're free" lasts about a day, and then it's like, alright, let's go. Now, if you're paying attention, the same thing happened in Star Wars. In A New Hope, it's like, alright, we did it, we beat the Death Star. Let's go. And that's exactly what happened. Like, within hours of the destruction of the Death Star, the rebels pieced out of Yavin 4. So, I kind of get it, but at the same time, you can see why I kind of ding this for spending too much time treating like this is the we did it, we beat the final boss. When in fact, what should be happening here is, okay, step 1 done. Now... Anyways. So, hey, look! There's what's left of Shinryu.
All but spent feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether.
Oh yeah, in case you caught that. So, I've talked many times about, it's not the... I disagree, Cashel, because obviously you have to celebrate victories, but that's not what they did. From an out-of-character perspective, from a narrative slanting perspective, that was being the, we did it, we saved the day. That's the kind of ending you'd see at the end of a single-player game after beating Zeromus. Think of the FF4 ending for a second. But that shouldn't have been that. It should have been, you know, okay, we've got a hard journey and everything's going to be awesome and we've still got work to do and we got to immediately turn this around, but we've made this one big victory and the step 1 is done, which is not what they did, my opinion. So, negative given, moving on. Talking about the moment in hand here. These two eyes are mostly spent of their ether. Did you catch that? This is actually extraordinarily important, because A, it shows that these eyes are effectively leaving the narrative as plot devices, which is a good thing, if we're being blunt. B, it gives an idea of exactly how much energy was being used to craft Shinryu, and why Shinryu was that powerful. So, okay, we're cool on that part. And C, we are now a Star Destroyer again, because we took out that two eyes without empowerment. This is, believe it or not, actually a fairly big sea change when it comes to our overall power level. Because every previous time we've taken on something big and fought against our weight class, we've had something or someone helping us. This time it was just us versus Shinryu, and we did it. And yeah, in canon, without assistance. So this is why I say Stormblood is the path to get back up to our power level. But if we're being honest, I think we've actually surpassed it. This is the moment when we are a super Star Destroyer. So, that's the power level we are at, and, speaking as someone who's played some of Shadow, most of Shadow, I'd say we stay at that power level henceforth. I'd say they are pretty consistent in that. I like this. Just to be sure.
Still, better safe than sorry.
And he is absolutely right to do this. Is the exception Ranjit? Because, yeah, that is why Ranjit's a negative. Just to be blunt.
There. There ends your hateful legacy.
Okay. I know what you're talking about, Rax. Okay, I won't argue it, Pyro. I'm not getting rid of the negative, because even if you say that the tone is right, which I don't agree with, but even if you were to convince me of that, I still think that that ending tried a little bit too hard and was honestly just not good. I have given lesser bads a negative for lesser reason. So, of course, Varys isn't voice acted. It's over. I'm Varys. You remember me? I was barely in this expansion. My condolences for your loss. A father should not outlive his son. What nonsense. Do you not mourn his loss? You surprise me, Radiance. He was your son and heir and an irreplaceable test subject. I know what he was. Monsters are not made for thrones. It's true. Although you appointed him. Nor are planets made to sustain false gods who sup on their very essence. Icon summoned by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans. Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same. Preservation, restoration. Compression. Resurrection. All is in service to your one true God, and when the sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals? It's funny you ask that. That is fair, Pyro, and I will actually agree with you on that, because if memory serves, not only has Lise effectively left the narrative now, but her character arc is actually concluded. Oh, which is something I'll be bringing up in a minute too, but not for a few days, possibly even this week. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will, Your Radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you'll find this reassuring. I mean, she doesn't come with us to Shadow. She's busy. It's funny when you think about it, considering... Well, I'll get there. Oh no! Oh my god, what could he possibly be revealing to Varys? How dare you? Also, this doesn't work. He should be like another 3 or 4 feet taller, I think. Well, maybe not. Varys is really tall, so I guess I might be off on my scaling there. Like, Varys is really tall. So, never mind. I take that back. We did it! We liberated Alamigo. I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to feel about it all. Relief, I guess. Pride. Hope. We did it, Father. Ida, Papalymo, Conrad, Mefred, Minfilia. We really did it. I feel bad standing so close to you because you really have to crane your neck here. I don't feel like you have to stand here listening to me, but everyone else want to talk to you. You beat him, after all. You're the real hero of the story. You know, I don't feel like it, but that's okay. I agree, Rax, which is funny. Because, you know... I'm sorry! I didn't mean to talk to her that close. God. Were you to best Xenos, even after he harnessed the power of a primal, as a testament to your ever-growing strength. Like I said, Superstar Destroyer. No, you're right to call me on it, Pyro. And I'm sure everyone knows this, but I'm always down with other perspectives. Even if I don't agree with you, even if I end up standing by my own opinion, I do like hearing other people's opinions. Whether they agree, disagree, or in between. There's a small regret, perhaps, but it is outweighed by the satisfaction in his death. I commend you, Lore. As should we all. Xenos was a monster and a tyrant. A man who killed my father and countless other of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him in it. I agree. I should not praise Master Alphino for his foresight or state. Had he not intervened, I might never have the pleasure of being reunited with Haruko and his Lupin brothers. Ah, 'twas timely intervention, aye. Full glad am I not to have been burdened with the guilt of killing my Lord Hien's most trusted allies. You could try. Listen, I can only talk from so far along. So we're doing Omega next, by the way, for anybody curious. We're going to jump right into the Omega stuff as soon as I wrap this up. That is always the goal, Zed Slayer. I've said it so many times, dictator with counsel. I want people's input. I want people's perspectives. And people change my opinion on things all the time. It may not be obvious, but people do change my opinions on things all the time. I myself make my own presumptions and my own knee-jerk reactions, and I need to be checked on that just like everybody else does. I was about to say tyrant with counsel, and I had to correct myself, because I'm not a tyrant. See you, Blade Travell. We'll probably do a little rotating in and out. I know the Omega fights are very popular, so we'll try to get everyone in on those, at least a little bit. After all we've been through, I really should know better than to worry, but as ever, the relief I feel upon finding you hale and whole in the Royal Menagerie well nigh reduced me to tears. I mean, that is quite literally the biggest and most terrifying thing we fought so far. I say without hyperbole that the Shinryu merged with Xenos is the strongest thing we've fought to date. And that's including Needhog with Estinian with 2 eyes. And remember, we were backed by that one, so yeah, that's... not the biggest thing we're going to fight. Warrior of Light victorious again. I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we call you hero when you accomplish heroic feats. But as the warrior goes, so around the world, you should take pride in the good you have done and the good you inspired others to do. Your natural-born leader of men. We'll see someday. All those people weren't just following their commanders, they were following you. And you led them to victory and to freedom. Alas, not everyone should see the journey to its end, but history shall remember them and the glorious future they made possible. I mean, I think you know this, Cashel. My actual approach is literally Picard of the fricking Enterprise. Go ahead, make fun, but if you remember, what did Picard do as his command style? He was the captain. He had the final say. He had the final call, and if he gave the order, he expected people to follow it. But what would he do almost every time? Pull them around the meeting, sit down, suggestions, opinions, and he would have his senior staff tell him what they thought. Almost every time. The only times he wouldn't do that was when he was either badly written, Season 1, or when he didn't have time, like in a combat scenario. And that is my approach right there. Can you believe it? We won! We beat the bastards. Sorry, got a little carried away, didn't I? It's hard not to, you know? We owe it to the friends we buried to shout and scream and cheer with all our hearts. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing. Now that it's finally over, they can rest in peace. Hear that, lads? We'll be alright. Oh, God, and she starts crying. Oh, Monago. What do you mean by expansion scaling? Help me out here, Pyro. And yeah, I am trying to avoid Endwalker anything. I'm actually quite blind, and I'm really happy about that. And I keep feeling like I'm cursing it every time I mention that, but I continue to be blind going into Endwalker, and I would like to remain that. I suppose we should add Liberator to your list of titles, as with the Commander Fallen. And with their Commander Fallen, the remainder of the 12th chose to surrender. After 20 years, it's official, the occupation has ended. But now the real work starts. Although the people have had their fill of kings, there's no clear consensus on what sort of government they would prefer instead. Indeed, Father, momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the one we have walked. I was gonna say, you literally get the Liberator title. If we can overcome 2 decades of oppression, I've no doubt we can make this a reality. I like that outfit. Oh yeah, the FF14 community has been pretty legit for spoilers. And, I'm happy about that. I've had to pull back on a couple of my news trolling sites because random Reddit posts or Tumblr questions, like I haven't even looked at my Tumblr in literally a month. I get you, Pyro. That is true. I think I'm going to jot that down. Where do I put that? Because you're absolutely right. With one... Yes, Rax. With one notable exception, we do have a fairly lengthy, yet smooth, power progression curve, and the narrative usually acknowledges that. I don't know where to begin. What's funny is the article title didn't even say, you know, such and such and such. It was just, this is that, and this is there. And I disagree with this thing, and I'm like, oh, okay.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
I mean, I'm about to go do the Omega stuff, but okay, hurry up. Oh, I don't know, Rax. So far, that continues to be the only thing I've been spoiled on, though.
Good. You're all here. Good. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right. Because you're Scions. Now, I'm obviously a Scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Alamigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Alamigo, I can't be a scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Who is this woman?
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest. But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so?
Meanwhile, everyone's like, man, she got 2 outfit upgrades. Can we all get outfit upgrades for the next expansion?
There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
Stola. Oh, gods. I swore I wouldn't cry.
So, I want to describe something here, but I'm going to wait till this cutscene ends. It's about Lise. But first we have to get some Meanwhile Elsewheres in. Gotta get those post-credit scenes in. Because this is a negative. I like him as much as you do. Probably more.
Yeah, you slippery little devil. To think fishing could be so difficult.
I don't think anyone can change my mind on this one. Feel free to try. This is... God damn it. You spend 3 solid freaking minutes on his death.
Lingering mortality than an empty belly. A fate worse than death.
And I like Gosetsu, and for the record, I like where they take him in the patch content. I do. This is still a negative, bringing him back.
Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time, only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished. Woe, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
No, exactly, Inamisho. A negative that leads to a positive is still a negative. It's like, hey, yes, more Gosetsu, and they do good stuff with it, but bullcrap! Meanwhile, there's the other half of the negative. Guess who else survived? And what really irritates me the most is it's the easiest thing to fix. All you'd have to do is not have him die. Don't spend 3 minutes on this big sacrifice scene. Just have him be like, I'll get out at the last minute. Hang on, go. I'm gonna go the other way. Okay. Ah, we couldn't find him. Wonder where he ended up going. I'm not sure. Oh, well, we connect with him soon. We managed to retake it. He'll surely be able to find his way back to us. Just eject the death. Bam! Fixed. Anyways. This is indeed the work of either Shinryu or Omega. And yeah, as usual, Sid gets to not be voiced. I hope you're getting used to that. Oh my god, it would, Pyro. I didn't even think about that. But you're right, it would. It would be the frickin' Nike River. Or the Leet River, what do they call it in which version? So anyways, we have found Omega. Now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to divert company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. Lost profits and belligerent clients be damned. Jesse, I like you. I do. This is a world-ending threat. Financial considerations notwithstanding, you have to admit there's an unquantifiable benefit of giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Was that before you or after you blow it up or seal it away? Fine, fine, but the moment I judge this venture an unsustainable risk to the Ironworks, I'm ending it. Jesse. we need to talk priorities here. No, Jesse's actually been in this one time before. Oh god, when was that? I think it was in one of the class quests, actually. But anyway, she brought in a consultant. You didn't. Dun dun dun! Come now, you mustn't build their expectations too high. It'll be less dramatic when I surpass them. No, absolutely not. This is not happening. I like the shades. Nero Tolskeva, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. See you around, Pyro. I will admit, I like Wesker here better in the Omega stuff than I have prior to now. I still don't like him as a character, but they did a lot better with him. So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? So rose the children, but what of the fathers? We're done! Okay, Omega. Let's go unlock Omega as quickly as we can. By unlock, I mean get up to... There we go. Omega. There you go. Boom. Yeah, everyone has Omega unlocked, right? Right. I'm going to say, as long as you at least have the first one unlocked, might be alright. So, in case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Ralker's Reach while we look for Omega. We still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu, which isn't to say we haven't made any progress. We know that Shinryu ended up in Imperial hands, shackled with some very distinctive-looking bindings. Obviously, you know what could have done something like that, and the fact that restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to. Okay, Pyro. I usually sit on the questions, but if you want me to just answer them, I can. I still like your idea of the camera thing. So, I think I mentioned that Guild Wars 2 does that, and to very great effect. So, it's hard to explain, but if you've seen it in action, it's great. Basically, imagine the camera going out like 3 or 4 times the distance for the really big, epic fights, and then when you're fighting something individual, the camera goes way in, and it's really cool the way they do it, and I really wish other MMOs would steal that. Oh, you've played Guild Wars 2, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. So for those of you who aren't Pyro, Guild Wars 2 does everything I just said it does. Oh yes, I was going to say something about Lise. So, this is the timeline of the expansion right here, okay? Beginning of expansion, end of expansion. Normally, a character's arc kind of goes like this. You know, you play an Elementalist, you're a braver man than I am. Or maybe like this. Maybe like this, you know. There's all sorts of different ways to do a character arc throughout a thing. But the point is, it usually kind of does this. Here's the thing about Lise, and this is why I probably am going to give her a negative despite what they go with it. So here's the thing. Lise starts off here. And then the expansion ends. And literally right at the end is when her character starts actually moving. And I don't think this is good. Lise is just Lise for the ridiculous majority of the expansion, for the ridiculous majority of 4.0. And then, and as you'll see in the 4.plus patch content, which we'll get to probably next week, she's going to keep moving. Like, her arc's going to keep moving. It's just, it's like they forgot to change her character until, oh, right, okay, here. Anyways. Just teleport. It's a good way to put it, Disco. Come now, Chief. That isn't constructive. Go on, suggest something, and I'll be sure to do exactly the opposite. Why don't I have these shades? Oh, well. So much for improved efficiency. Yeah, I think I see the problem here. You know what? That's fair, U.S. Corp. Surprised? So are we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you you played no part in this investigation? Your motives were dubious from the first, you have done nothing but serve to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation, but that'll be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off! I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anyone near our work. His employment is to be terminated effective immediately. Thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you have in the past, the fact is we could use his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsustainable risk to the Ironworks, and then pay a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Oh, give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. I'm out! Peace! As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you're not very far with some... Well, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. Do we have anyone in chat who could be our 8th? I'll see if Rai is available. Oh, never mind. We got someone. I'll poke her anyways. She might be up for this. Close that. So anyways, you will be my chaperone. With the realm savior watching my move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which will surely allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Laura. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you'd be here. I cannot deny I'm glad to have you on board. Yeah, the entire world would probably be destroyed if we weren't here. Fact is, we're no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers. And even if it was damaged during the encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful we'll be able to disable it unaided. We got as far as identifying its most likely resting place, but I for one will be more confident surveying the area with you around. Yeah, I got your back. Let's go. Oh, Jesus Christ. So I'd like to say in advance that I don't mind trying O12 and O11 synced, you know, minimum eye level, but I'm not committing to that. I just want to be really clear. So, energy spike. Evacuate the area. Biggs, Wedge, Lore, I need you with me at the yawn. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go? I had to stay in mind at the shop, too. We did, Asdamine, but, man... O11 and O12 are just... Oh, my God. I'm not letting you out of my sight, but before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironwork Creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Breach this contract, and I will have my pawns of flesh. O12 is just mean, but at least it's properly designed mean. O11 can go to hell. In fact, you're going to have a challenge convincing me not to give a negative. At least, hello. At least one negative to O11. Like, that, screw that fight. Come on. It might be a negative and a positive, admittedly, but there's definitely a negative built into that. That's how that works. Something that can be good and bad. Oh, I don't even see what it is. Diabeepus, thank you! Always for watching my show. I'll put that towards Modern Warfare 1 if you give me 1 second. Whoops, stop. So, hey, look, the pit's filled with... I don't even know what that nonsense is. Actually, I know exactly what that is. Does it really? For Christ's sakes. Damn it, FF14. Why do you piss me off so... I can't... I'm stuck! I can't dismount! That's hysterical. I can't dismount while trading. What is wrong with this game? Okay, we're okay. So look at that. Lol, disco. So that's a lot of ether. Like a lot. Like a lot. You might even say it's a giga pudding of ether. What do you think? Is that raspberry flavored? Grape? Cranberry, maybe? Help me out here. A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our Precious has been busy. It's Dark Eco. Hi, Magnus Armor. You remember him? Yeah, he's actually still with us. Doesn't show up much. In sweet slumber have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Plum, I like it. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Naturally, Midgazorma would know who Omega is, and I don't mean that jokingly. Long have we known each other. Our history spanneth eon and planets. Plural. Meanwhile, I don't know what that thing is. I know the snake. It's a mount. Every one of these raid series has to have some cute little something. And by cute, I mean intending to be cute, but sometimes they're Kate Sith. Wait, people like Chocobo Dungeon? You're not dead. Yeah, they actually mentioned this. I've been paying attention. Once they mentioned that dragons are literally from another planet, or rather, Midgazorma is. Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving aether into life. Remember that. The serpent is yet unfinished, but I doubt it will not become a corporeal threat ere long. Isn't that Altaroid, or how the hell you say it, our first boss? Oh, whatever it is, it's gone. Well, this peculiar thing remains. Hello, little one. So, how many of you have noticed him during the breadth of this lore run? I have noticed him twice so far throughout the course of the run. I'm actually really happy that he's shown up on camera twice that I caught. What? The way it Quez doesn't like a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo, trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are about this size, aren't they? Oh my god, there's actually an alpha plush. I suppose. Alright, let's go with chocobo for now. Quay? Thy mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well, as this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak in thy stead. Lore? Aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? Yeah, this is Midgard, the original dragon on this planet. What? I like the reaction to that. Here I was, content to be traveling with the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the father of dragons does have something you do not, that being relevant knowledge. There's much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origins. It's first appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allagan Empire reached its zenith. And the records had but one thing to say: Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allagans enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until the capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. 'Twas always assumed the Allagans built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But Midgard tells us it's not even of this world. Yep, so spoilers. All those times when they're like, we need to get this Allagan weapon, Omega. Nope. Just so. It hailed from another planet. More than that, I will not say. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plane beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed into this world. Ordered to fight by Omega? Why would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, we should just jump in? You have not to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal to Omega's domain. From there this being shall guide you. Servant of Hydaelyn, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. So, you can show us around inside the hole? Where? I could probably kill Alpha in real life by myself, Mr. Red. Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would have come to this, but the Father of Dragons has given us his assurance, so in we go. And I would. Without a hesitation. Wait. Let us begin. F5, Tim. It's a typical Twitch problem. Thank you, Polikas Jalou, always. And I'll jot that down for the Dragon Age block. You got it. So, Omega is probably the most terrifying thing that we've encountered so far. I mean, yeah, sure, it's strong, and yeah, sure, it's powerful, but, it made its own pocket dimension out of just ether. And yeah, it should be. It's Omega. One of the original super bosses. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I would, if we ever did a theater for FF14, which we're never doing, I would love to play Omega. I know the exact tone I'd use. I can't even do it right now. It would take some time to, I'd have to sit differently, and I'd have to adjust my tone. I am Omega. I have waited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. And just kind of have this overall undercurrent of barely properly capable of communicating tone or anything within my perspective. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Experiment? You want a participation? You have to tell us a little more than that. We're disappearing! Non-participating entities will be erased. Please indicate your consent. Yeah. That's an Omega in a nutshell. Right there. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? Alright, we consent. Fine. We fight or we die. Sorry. Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. And yes, Omega is a good example of true neutral. You might think, isn't it lawful neutral? No. Good music incoming. You like how it's only partially constructed? Still, all of this this isn't a holodeck. This is actually a pocket dimension constructed out of ether by Omega. Think about that. So I actually hinted at this before when I was jokingly saying that I was using the ether to craft the items. You can actually craft things out of ether in this setting. It's just you need a stupid amount of power, knowledge, and skill. And ether. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. The assignment is tentative, however, pending assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Now, I also bring up the creation thing, because A, it's going to come up in Shadow, and B, well, this means that all the things we're fighting are constructs of Omega, based on information. Which is, it's a good way to go ahead and have FF bosses be in FF14. But there's one other thing, because if you're paying attention, this actually isn't new. We've already seen that ether can be given form based on idea. That's what a primal is. And I point this out because it's my opinion that this is a small but critical world-building point. That you don't have to make, if you use ether to create a living thing, that it is not automatically a primal, that there's a specific process which has been creating primals. Which makes sense given that, the scions have been running around deliberately telling them this is how you make a primal, right? But instead you can just make Alpha, for example. So do I think Omega is properly sentient, sapient being? No, I don't. I think it's trying to be, but I don't think it is. I think Omega is a high-level VI. It cannot leave its directive, and it cannot bypass its own programming. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, though you must attempt to fight your way through. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Please remember that Omega is also running all 44 of these combat sections at the same time. We're accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summary erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. That's a good question, as to me. Alright, sorry. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are mined to participate in the experiment. Will you transfer authorization to us? Yep, one of the tests is to play Chocobo GP with all the predatory practices involved. All of them. At the same time. Existential authorization transferred. Subject ready to engage. Please begin at your convenience. Proceed as directed. I'd rather play Strangers of Paradise, although I'm actually looking forward to that, so that doesn't mean much. Come on. It is good. It is good. I like the floor moves. Well, let's all gather at the center. I haven't played Neo, so I can't speak to that. Yeah, honestly, we're probably not going to finish Omega today, and I doubt all 8 people are going to be on tomorrow morning, so we're probably going to segue for a bit away from Omega until... Oh, I guess I can start. Until we have 8 people. I can't move. Actually, there's plenty of things I could do without being in a different New Game Plus, Pillars of Snow. So, no, I think there's plenty I could do elsewise. I've got the class quests, most of which I've never done before. I've got the crafting quest, which I have never done before. We got dungeons, which only require 3 people. I've got to show off the steps side quests, as well as Ralder's Reach, although I might wait on that one. Yeah, there's not as many optional dungeons this time around, although not that I'm complaining, since most of them are good. We've also got Hildebrand, which is brand new for me, so... I may have found a bug, because now the game's just stalled here. Yep, Hildebrand starts in Kugane, and it's a blue quest for me. Didn't used to be. Yeah, I gotta show off the Dome and Restoration, too. Hey, I'm free! I can move! Okay. Yeah, I was starting to worry I'd have to restart this, but, you know, whatever, we're here. We're here, we got this, we got this. By the way, we're literally seeing some of those creation magics on display there as it's building these enemies as we fight them. Let's go. Can we just go? I can't even skip these, because they're all just like... Well, come on, let's follow. I would if you'd let me. There we go. Don't mind this. Everything is going according to plan. I will admit, going through the Omega series was kind of weird for me as a player the first time, because it's that particular type of terrifying. I don't know how to describe it without just trying to describe another situation that is similarly terrifying. Imagine for a moment that you are absolutely powerless and in a situation where there's nothing you can do about it, right? You are in a spacesuit. It's got 2 hours of oxygen. You're in the middle of space with no ship nearby and nothing nearby, and you don't have a comm. That's what it feels like. I don't know how better to describe that. That's what this whole section feels like. And yeah, remember, as Rax points out, we have just taken out Shinryu at super mega power, so we are at SSD level, and this just made me feel like such an insignificant little speck in comparison. And I'm not actually complaining, because unlike everything that they did with the early quests and the early fights that I really disliked with Xenos, this feels like it earns it, especially since it's not doing it by having me do a supposed to lose fight. It's just... Here we are. Here's this entire dimension that I'm crafting out of ether. so that beings can fight each other. If you do not wish to participate, you will be deleted. Do you consent to participation? Like, there's just something wonderfully horrifying about the way that's done. And yeah, Midgar Sormer, who has been basically just he himself says he's been sleeping since the end of Heavensward, just like, whoa, 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 whoa. What's this nonsense? Now, this series will actually talk about our power level and how it's actually variable, not static. Let me go ahead and admit that I don't like that. And I'm going to explain why. So, static power level means proper writing. Dynamic power level can mean good writing. But what it usually means is you're exactly as powerful as the plot needs you to be, both weak and strong. And that irritates the piss out of me. To put it bluntly, Superman. Now, Superman has been written very well over the years, occasionally. But the problem is, Supes literally, and this is not actually a joke, the actual writers of Superman have said this, Superman is as powerful as he needs to be. And that's it. So he has the power, he is at the power of plot. And so you can see why that's bothersome, right? Nevertheless, I do agree with Rax, with one exception, which I will be giving a native, Ranjit. I do think that the game acknowledges and maintains our relative power level henceforth. So, it doesn't bother me that much because of the specific implementation and utilization. But you can see how this kind of thing does bother me in a lot of fiction. Oh, yeah, I remember losing to this fight, by the way. And this is, like, 10 minutes into this nonsense. By the way, you notice how it has to use multiple cubes in order to make bigger things? Did you just notice that little tidbit of world building there, which is kind of neat? Can't you stand in that? And yeah, I agree. One of the reasons the DCAU Superman worked was because he was big and strong, but that was it. He was maybe a fraction of a percent as strong as the comic book Superman. Remember, comic book Superman could move planets with relatively little effort. Whereas the DCAU Superman was very strong. Fly, you know, breathing, eye lasers, but that's it. He was a heavy, he wasn't ludicrous. That's our goal, the Deltascape, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think's waiting for us in there? FF5 references. If the creatures we fought on the way here are to be intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await. Or fellow test subjects. But I'm not sure what to make of that castle. Could it be somehow connected to the subject? Exactly, Zedslayer. Alpha. Hold on a moment. Shouldn't one or the other of us be translucent? Subjects confirmed to arrive at Deltascape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself. Yeah, frown. Nonetheless, you are now fully fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal lifeforms, you need not undergo development within a test world. You may use this space freely. Not quite sure what I would have chosen, but whatever. Speaking of which, what are we supposed to do exactly? Oh yeah, by the way, Superman at his most powerful moment literally punched reality. That's not a joke. He punched reality in order to... Oh god, it's all sorts of nonsense. Please note that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There's a strict limit to how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have existential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck. It was Superboy Prime specifically, but the thing is, Superboy Prime is Superman at his strongest in the comics. That's kind of highest tier, you know? Before we turn our thoughts to the Deltascape, I suggest we set up a base of operations. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Superman in the DCAU was still the strongest thing in the DCAU, I think you can invite me now. It's just, you know, he wasn't soups. It's cobbled together, but it should suffice as a base of operations. Take heart. We got this. So, ooh. God, Superboy Prime was just a mistake. I even get the character arc they were going for. It was still a mistake. What to do next? We know Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being. We don't know its purpose or its whereabouts. However, it is within Omega's power to curtail us stay here whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects in the Deltascape. Well, Alpha seems keen, though it might be best if you left the fighting to the others, little one. Agreed, silly idea. That is, of course, assuming the others are willing. Yeah, I got this. This is when we really start to overuse that animation. With commendable foresight, I took the liberty of borrowing various monitors that were lying around, and shall extract information I can from them. Tis a pity none of us speak Chocobo, as I recall that we were supposed to have Alpha transfer authorization prior to engaging in combat. In which case, you'll need to accompany him and do this stuff, and yeah, we're freaking through. Let's go! Let's go! I should probably mention... Well, no, I'll save those thoughts for later. Oh my god, let's go! Okay, I am ready for Deltascape V 1.0. And... I can tank? I've never tanked any of the Omega fights, I'm just going to admit that. But I can if I have to. There's a specific Omega fight, it's 11 or 12, that I would really like to do as Dancer. And by Dancer, I mean Samurai, because I want this outfit for it. But, because there's a cutscene I want to look like this for. But in the interim stuff, I don't mind doing whatever. Yeah, 12 has... I actually know the 12 fight reasonably well. I know some of these fights decently well. I don't know several of them. I tend to get random Omega fights when it comes to roulettes. Ugh, okay, I'll go ahead and tank. Here. Sure. Whatever. We only need one tank for the first one? And Samurai it is. Let's do this. I gotta be real, I barely remember the first fight other than the obvious mechanic, which is kind of easy to dodge. Now, I know the Helicarnassus fight a little bit better. I don't know if we need more tanks for that one. We got this, USN Corp. Or we'll die horribly. One of the two will happen. Let's see, while we wait, Trihexia asks, if not for the Fall Sea, would you like to live in Cocoon from 13? That's an interesting question, because if you remove the Fall Sea, I mean, I guess we're just assuming Cocoon magically functions. Because, you know, the Fall Sea are powering and running and taking care of, that's how Cocoon is. So, if we are somehow to magically replace all the Fall Sea with just technology, it might not be that bad. A little too self-contained for me. Especially since, you know, Pulse is literally hell. Baron asked a question, but I'll save that one for now. Worst Biggs and Wedge. This one. Let's see here. What's my favorite type of sushi? I'm not sure I have a favorite type. Yeah, no, 6 is the correct answer. I hate to say that, but it's true. Because Biggs and Wedge are only really in 6, 7, 8, and 14. And in 6, they're just non-entities. In 7, it's not really even qualifying, so I would just discontinue that from being, you know, consideration. In 8, they're awesome. Like, 8 is my favorite Biggs and Wedge, even over these two. And then there's these two, which they're legit too, so it's like, well, okay. Favorite type of sushi? I don't know. I like yellowtail. Okay, the easiest way to say this is I like sushi that is the least seafood of sushi. Oh yeah, speaking as a long-time, extensive Dissidia player, I recognize this place immediately. Altaroit. No idea what it means, but good luck! I'm predicting 13 wipes. Are we minimum eye level, etc.? I actually don't know. Check it out. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, I played the snot out of Duodecim. I'll go ahead and volunteer to be the person who eats the tank buster, so I'll just be over here. I know how to do this roll. I've done this before in other MMOs. Oh, I know. Dissidia NT was such a massive disappointment. On so many levels. So, introduce a mechanic. Fireballs. They start off small, then they get big. By the time they go off, you have no time to dodge them. You have to have dodged them before they show up. But, again, see how it's doing the tutorialization thing, which is just going to be a thing henceforth. And then he does this thing. I'm not sure what this is, but he does this breath wing, which shoves them in. Again, no time to dodge. Come on. I'm ready to eat it. Ooh, I ate it. Told you I'd eat it. At least it's nice and obvious. I'll see it coming. So we've got some wind going on. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. We got Levin Bolt, like you do. And Frozen Ground, like you do. This is why I'm in position already. So I can do this. Yep. Hopefully I got there in time for that. Which I did. Excellent. But soon we shall know. I didn't know that would do damage, to be completely honest. Looks like someone else is going to have to eat the next one. Which isn't me, because I don't have the health for that right now. I got the helport. I got this. Listen, I'm gonna make Samurai a tank no matter what it costs, Serrano. It's happening. I will be a tank. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, wow, that actually didn't hit me. Holy crap. I even timed it properly. Holy schmoly. I can actually play the game properly every now and again. But if you actually don't want me to Samurai Tank, then I won't. I mean, you got me addicted. You made me Samurai Tank for Susano. And by made me, I mean let me. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. Out. And then out. Or in, rather. Ugh. And then out. Oh, shoot. A little faster than that. Out, 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 out. Okay. GG, as they say. Good, looking good. I'm gonna blow the limit break. Because our healers have plenty of mana and we're fine. Yeah, I've seen people on this mount. It looks wild considering how long it is. Good job. Legit. Good recovery. Yeah, it's just this giant noodle. There's actually one WoW mount like that too, and it's just like, ah! Damn it, Cashel, no. Oh, hey, loot that I don't want. Must leave before get loot. Oof. Listen, said Slayer, I got this. I will be the Samurai Tank. Hey, I checked to see if I had the health to eat it first. I did my due diligence. How do you spell that stupid boss we just did? Well done! You did it. Gaining control over them was the extent of our accomplishments for this outing. I suppose we did learn your adversary's name. Alte Roite. Preliminary danger noodle. Preliminary analysis indicates that there are 4 combatants all told. You are required to win 3 more bouts, delta 2 to 4. Okay, well, let's go. Needless to say, there's plenty more such worlds in the Rift, holding the remaining 85 subjects between them. Plainly, our host has gone to no small amount of trouble. Quite why it is so obsessed with determining the strongest being is another question. It's because it's a VI. Omega seeketh to improve itself, to evolve. This was its primary directive. Through contending with mighty foes, it grows stronger. Having vanquished the vile simulacrum you call Shinryu, the greater adversary was needed. In the absence of such a being, it had to create one. So in the name of self-improvement, it wants to seek a new playmate, and chose to undertake the task here to avoid outside interference. In part, the making of life is not Omega's primary function. It bringeth complex beings into the corporeal realm only at great cost to itself. As such, it employeth this plane to test unfinished works, that it might determine a single entity worthy of creation. Yakitori. If I understand you correctly, the moment Omega's grand experiment is complete, it will give birth to a creature mightier than Shinryu and proceed to fight it. God's help if a battle of that scale should come to pass. The powers unleashed would be enough to bring about another calamity. Uh-huh. Assuming the dragon has the right of it, all test subjects must needs be working in progress, save ourselves. But how do we explain Alpha? As I recall, it manifested corporeally outside the rift. And then again, it's hardly the most complex of creatures. Maybe it was finished by accident. Don't you make fun of Alpha. He's a good boy! He's bigger than he looks, too. You see how tall he is next to a Lalafell. Changing the subject for a moment. After you lost track of Omega, you said you re-engaged stasis, right? Meaning somewhere, something isn't working like it should. I only ask because me and Wedge have done pretty much all we can here. I'm wondering if you might be worth looking into Cart now. Yeah, sure, go ahead. We got things on this end. We'll be off. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. You be a good boy, Alpha. Do after you're told and look after Lore for me. I mean, the funny thing is, they wouldn't have to do much to make Samurai into a tank. Samurai literally already has a parry button. Catastrophe! We must pray Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis in time. If they can't, we have little choice but to see Omega's experiment to its bitter conclusion. A tall order I concede, and one that would require you to prove yourself mightiest being in creation. I did just kill Shinryu. Full tilt. So, next foray. One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem Subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How fortunate, then, I have recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its offense. An anti-gravity gimbal. Thanks. Let's do it! Oh, wait, nope, not yet. Not yet. Alpha. Yeah. Okay, ready for 2, whenever. Cutest chocobo in with me in this pocket reality is Zed Slayer. No question. Yeah, catastrophe. I don't remember all the specifics of this one, but I remember I liked this fight. A couple of these fights are probably going to be multi-positive fights. We'll see. What's a duty action? Ugh! There it is. Catastrophe. Fitting name for the Havoc. By the way, I should explain why I keep calling it Catastrophe. There was a character limit problem back in FF5, so instead of calling it Catastrophe, it cut off the last couple of letters, so it was just Catastrophe. Also, I named a mage in the Vampire, the World of Darkness, Catastrophe once, based off of this guy, so... Anyways. What is Alpha? That's a good question. What is Zera's weapon right now? That's what I want to know. Earthquake. So that's what Earthquake does if you don't anti-gravity. Good demonstration, everyone. Then he does that, because he can pull you down. Just like the original. Don't kill me now, server delay. For this 100 Gs again. So once again, you're given a tool, you're given 2 moves to figure out how to work it out. One thing I do like is that in addition to the universal markers, which are officially a thing, finally, there's sound effects to several of them, which help. Uh-oh, he's doing maniacal probe! God, there's so many jokes that I don't even know where to go with that one. Shoot! Never mind, I see it, Yeah. Up. In a few. There we go. I'm not sure why that one hit me, but that's okay. I accept my death. I like how I parried some of that. Come on. Okay, that was fun. Yeah. Damn it, right as I made the decision to. Good job. So, you can see why I do enjoy that fight. With only one exception, which I'm still not sure what actually killed me the one time. The fight's all about managing your layer. The upper layer and the lower layer. And he has attacks which interact with both. Some will push you from one to the other. Some will attack one. Some will attack the other. Yeah, I think you're right, USM Core. I just wasn't 100% sure because I thought I was safe from that. So I guess I just was a little bit too close to one of them. But either way, layer fight. Fun stuff. Favorite Final Fantasy IV song is either the Four Fiends or Into the Giant, one of the two. Probably Four Fiends, honestly. Rousing performance made possible by anti-gravity gimbal, lest you wonder you were not supposed to be able to descend of your own volition. The device worked as intended, it just wasn't intended for use on living... Well, it wasn't exactly its intended use. Hi, Valerian. Welcome to Omega. At any rate, there's another mighty fiend laid low, and I might say I had every faith you would succeed. So next one is Helicarnassus, it looks like. This is a fun one. We actually see the whole thing because we're doing it item synced. I doubt we'll be hearing from Biggs and Wedge for a while. Shall we push on in the meantime? I'm telling you, we do this a lot more from now on. Reliable as ever. Without further ado, let's move things along. Yeah, exactly what it is. Thanks, Nero. So yes, the Queen of the Dimension Castle. What, you know of her? Well... You mean you don't? I suppose the blue-blooded brat such as you would have no interest in humble folk tales. It appears the lessons in order. Halicarnassus is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she's one of the chief antagonists, and as such, things are wont to unfold. She meets her hand to the hand of heroes. Incurably valiant youths, not unlike our adventurer friend here. Literary historians have speculated that the tale could be loosely based on events which took place in the 4th Astral Era, but little remains of the age, and there's no way to verify the claim. Indeed, now must assume the story to be pure fiction. You mean to tell me Omega's populating its grand experiment of fictional characters? Wink, wink. It would seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I of that which men know and know not. Mark me then, Omega hath no soul, no mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which already has been, its every creation being another's conception. This limitation is concealed by the breadth of its experience. It possesseth the means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, and not only of this reflection, yet it receiveth not their knowledge as we do. Fact, fiction, the distinction holds no meaning to Omega. All is equal in its eyes. If a thing is logical, it can be created. Such a wondrous weapon should exist. It surpasses my wildest imaginings, and they were wild indeed. But I gather not everyone shares my excitement. What's the matter, Garland? Lost your nerve? Quiet, Nero. The adults are thinking. But mayhap now is not the time. Lore said he was ready to continue. Let's deal with Halicarnassus. Alright. I'm gonna go talk to Alpha for no reason. And ready when you all are. Now, I don't remember all the specifics of this fight, I just remember enjoying it. I've gotten it, this is another one I've gotten semi-frequently in Pugs. In fact, they're the only two, Halicarnassus and Altaroid. Everything else I've only fought like once, or occasionally twice. Delicious egg. Let's see, questions. What do I think of the thought that Fordola's presentation of foresight is similar to how we are able to predict attacks? Probably exactly how they envision it. You know, we give telegraphs whenever we're fighting Fordola. That would make perfect sense to me. That's not how they present it, but that is definitely how they seem to talk about it in lore. There is one difference between this and FF5. Here, Halicarnassus is actually female. And her sense of fashion is still terrifying. Oh my gosh, I forgot to... I don't know about quite that, Cashel, but that's a valid interpretation. My interpretation is similar but slightly distinct. I like to think that rather than just giving us precognition, it just ups our senses to be Spider-Man levels, to put it simply. Ribbit. 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 Hey look, there you go, Mystic Knight. Why don't we have these abilities? Give us Mystic Knight at 14. You know you want to. Listen, nobody actually likes Ninja, okay? They should just get rid of Ninja, replace it with Mystic Knight. I think everyone would be happier if they did that. Hello? I am actually surprised that hit me. I thought I was to the left enough, but apparently not. Sorry. Be on the right square! This is a cool mechanic that I'm sad I'm not showing off right now, but as you can see, there's a square for each type of roll. So you have to be on your scroll, or your roll, which I am not, of course, right now, but that's okay. Because I'm invincible for a few seconds. There we go. I don't remember which was which. There's only one thing to do. Die horribly! Nope, we're cool, we're cool. Apparently blue was correct. This is one of the earlier good terrain bosses, too. There's a couple of ones. We kind of saw this with Shinryu, if you were paying attention. Okay. Yeah, that dragon breathed right in my face. That was probably what killed everyone else, too. You got this, Rex! We believe in you! It totally would, too, Final Thought. Yeah, I'll stand in the wrong square next time, on purpose. Just to show it off. I've shown off Frog. Funny how one Dragon Breath wipes us. It really says a lot about these fights. That's not even a dig. It's just, that's the nature of it. Damn it. I didn't see that she turned around. Oh well. Ribbit. Yes, Disco. I don't even know why you'd want that, but all options should be available. We'll be safe this time. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. See, that's what was supposed to happen last time. Alright, so I'm going to deliberately get a wrong one here. I'm a healer. Yuck. Behold my healing prowess. Ugh. Yeah, you like, by the way, just to talk about this from a mechanics perspective, you like how she actually does something where she does an unavoidable attack. It's just, it does more damage if you're in the wrong spot. So it's still an unavoidable in terms of mechanics. It's just, you know, a little bit more forgiving about that. And I think we need to be over here, I think? I don't actually remember how this works. Nope, I was right. That's okay. Yeah. Yep. So there's that mechanic again. Guess where that's going. Or has gone, I suppose. There's Ribbit. Where are you facing? Where are you facing? Okay, that way. You can see why I consider this a fun fight, though. There's a lot of neat little mechanics and a lot of moving pieces. That's as much as I got. Oh, there we go, there we go. Run, run, run. Run and then run. Continue doing damage. We haven't even seen her second phase yet. Although I think we're about to. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in, Neem! There we go. Okay. So, we'll try left! You remember this, right? This is actually another FF5 reference, if you're paying attention. It was apparently right. If I'm not mistaken, this is timed. So we do actually have a desire to find the right way here. In a hurry. And it looks like Bragwin got there first. And so the first person that finds it kind of can help lead everyone else there. I love that. I love that little mini-game. Back onto the safe zone. Yeah, this is definitely a 2 positive fight. I love this fight. There are times when I've killed her in pugs without even getting to that phase, by the way. Oh, she's facing that way now! God damn it! You know, I actually don't know. Oh, bull crap! Why did that hit me? Whatever. I'm gonna stop looking away from the game. I think we're officially at the point where I have to stop. Reading chat during fights. I think that's where we're at. Oh, a frog isn't a DPS. You know, I don't think I actually knew that. I've never been a frog for that phase. I'm just screwed up all over the place today. Rolling damn it. Yeah, like I said, we're seeing some mechanics that I'm not even seeing here. Okay, so I'm not a frog. Where's she facing? Where's she facing? Frog me! Frog me! Ribbit! Rex! Use a lift button! I don't think I've seen this far into this fight ever. Legit. And I'm not even going to limit break because we're still a decent chunk away from that. Nope. In. Ooh, I was too slow on that one. Okay, we're really staggering this stuff now. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on limit breaking. God damn it! That's the 3rd time in a row. Hey, Evo. Nope, nope, nope. Remember, you're a ribbit. You're apparently not at anything else. FYI. Left face. Okay, where's everyone facing? That way. Gotta make sure I move with the rest of you, so that Bragwin doesn't get nuked here. There we go. Oh, I do too, Bilbo. Wilbo. It's one of my favorite things to do. If we don't fail mechanics, are we even truly alive? Over here. Come on. Just in case I'm gonna get in front of her. Okay. Good job. Legit. Hi, Evo. Halicarnassus has been deleted. Oh my god, you're right. Reapers are just dragoons with scythes. And a scythe is already, like, most of a spear. Makes sense. So yeah, hang on. Definitely double positive for that. Where are we at? Where are we at? I love that fight. And then we've got one more FF5 fight. Can anyone guess what it is? For a moment there, I feared you might croak! Forgive me, you deserve better than that. Thanks to you, we are about one victory away from clearing the Delta Scape. Take that as much as rest you need. You've earned it. Carlibos! I knew it! Avoid at all cost is the name of the next fight. We will, of course, not be seeing the EX version, because we're not insane. Next battle is Subject Delta 4, the test world's final resident. From what I've been able to gather, your opponent is, and I quote, a great tree born of an agglomeration of evil will which assumes the form of a dark mage, all of which I suggest you ignore. His name is XIV. Though I was unable to glean the specifics, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. Yeah. When I first encountered the work, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts, but I'm sure Omega will have interpreted it as something more intangible. So, I remember liking this fight a lot. I've only ever fought it once. I've never gotten it in a roulette, and I've never helped anyone else to do it. So, I remember something very specific about this fight, and Pax, who was going through this with me at the time, also had a similar memory, and that is, this is one of the best Black Mage bosses we've ever seen in a game. Because if you think about it, Black Mage in concept is a fairly simple class. Nuke spells the end. But XDeath, again, by memory, is kind of awesome. And we did this when it was released. Well, let me walk that back a little bit. I think we did this like the second patch of Stormblood, or the third patch, one of the two. But we were doing Omegas while the patch content was coming in. We hadn't quit the game yet, obviously. Gary left back in the Ruby Sea, but we were still going. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever done these minimum eye level, put it that way. Biggs, what do you have news for? What's the news? Very well, you two take care. Sorry for the interruption, that was Biggs. He reports the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact that it clearly isn't. If it can only be a malfunction. While we were able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. The system may have taken damage during the calamity. Does it look like it can be repaired? I am super not doing Savage. No, 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 no. That is such a huge waste of time for stream. The only way we'd do Savage is if we were doing it unsynced at level 90. Which we could do just to show off. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. What do y'all think of that? That isn't a bad idea. Because, yeah, there's 2 Omega fights, which are... just has a cool visual. Just to show off. Let's see what chat is saying about this. Chocobo has no objections. Come then. Honestly, well, you know, the second phase of 08 is certainly legit. I think the 04, the one we're about to do, Savage, its transition is much cooler. Yeah, screw it, let's do it. Alright, so I'm ready for the legit run. I have seen 012S, unsynced, obviously. I had given up on the Savage scene by this point in the game. Whoop. Strongest job in lore? That's actually an interesting question, because I can answer that definitively over in WoW. But I'm not sure about here. Oh, that's interesting, Idri. Yeah, 04S just has such a cool transition. If for nothing else, I want to show off that transition. Like, I'm going to turn off the HUD and everything. But anyways, hey, it's XDeath! Let's see. Silly idea asked a flash question. Where the heck is that? I don't even see it in the queue. Oh, never mind, there it is. Okay, so some of the flashes are absolutely ridiculously overpowered, you're right. Like, outrunning time. Honestly, Dark Knight would be my first pick for strongest in lore. So there's Blizzard. Showing off the black maginess. Notice they bothered to make new effects for the spells just so they look cool. Here's Thunder. Hits the tank, obviously. Here's Fire. Alright, that's the 3 basic spells. Now what? Wait, but he's doing fire, but there's no... Oh, God! Everything's fine, everything's fine. And yeah, lightning is his cleave, if it's not obvious. Or Thunder 3, rather. Okay, never mind. That was not a cleave. I am mistaken on that part. My bad. So Blizzard 3... Man, I don't know. Nope. No idea what to do about that one. Another Blizzard 3. Screw it! Just eat it, because I have no idea what to do about it. So we've introduced his 3 basic spells and his 3 void versions of the spells. 3 stacks, good lord. Rax is dead! Vacuum wave. Oh, vacuum wave. That's going to be fun. I don't want to be in front of him. Or anywhere near him, apparently. It's okay. We got this. We've totally got this. Holy as a group up. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Oh, yeah. So, Thunder 3. So, I don't know what to do about that, so I'm just going to make it up as I go. Okay, so that's an AoE. Void Thunder is an AoE. Blizzard... Okay, I got this. So Blizzard is a telegraph, Thunder is a cleave, Fire is a spot, and then Void Thunder is an AoE, and I'm not sure about the others still. I got this! Samurai Tank! Oh yeah, Vacuum Wave is a screw you in the face. I'm not even sure if it's an unavoidable. Yeah, it looks like an unavoidable. Holy is a group. Which? Warlock, Golden Ratio. Or actually, no, it's Demon Hunter. I forgot Demon Hunter surpassed Warlock. Okay. I don't want to be anywhere near that nonsense. Death has activated Gross Mode. Oh, bull crap, I was in that. My even attack. Looks like I'm trying to kill Bragwin right now. Sorry, Bragwin. Your hips have cursed me for the last time. Ugh. Yeah, triangle attack. We've seen that one a few times. That's our flare, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I guess I can look at him. And yeah, then we have Meteor. I forget what his Meteor does. Probably something fun. Like, I didn't see anything to dodge behind, so... Yeah, I guess Meteor is just distance. Then we have Black Hole. We're not even done. This guy has so many spells. I love it. Ugh, and then Black Hole just resets the fight. It's like that one boss in FF5 where it restarts the whole fight every time he casts it. I do like this fight, legit. It's just I don't remember all the spells, and this might qualify as a journal fight. There's a lot of stuff here to keep track of. Ugh. By the way, I'm going to mandate 3 tries max on minimum eye level for any boss going forwards. Oh no, absolutely silly idea. Oh my goodness. And to be clear, what Serona just typed in chat is for the Void versions. So Void Fire, stand still. Void Blizzard, run around. Void Thunder, get away from him. The regular 3 are pretty easy to dodge. Regular Thunder is just a cleave, regular Fire is a duh, and regular Blizzard is a duh. Oh, sorry, Void Fire is a do-nothing. I apologize. That makes sense, because that's how the mechanic worked before. Void Fire is a Neelis Aran, apparently. So then, let's see. Then we got Holy, which is stack. We've got Flare, which is the triangle. And then we've got Meteor, which is get far away. When he goes into tree form, don't be in front of him. I don't remember what Black Hole does exactly, because we died before it showed off, and I've only done this fight once. Not counting today. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're trying the usual tutorial thing. It's just the void attacks aren't really as clear as the regular attacks. Yeah, it's a really ugly tree. It's ugly in FF5 too. So, you know, it's whatever. Regular blizzard. Regular thunder, which is just the tanks, yep. Regular fire. Yep. Here's Void Fire. Do nothing. Okay. Good, good. Void Thunder, which is get away! Oh god, that was bad timing on my part. I think I'm gonna manage that. Yep, okay. Boop. And then Void Blizzard, run them around, run around. Keep those veins a pumping. Void Thunder again. Now he's just doing whatever the hell he wants to. He's done his tutorial of his 6 basic spells. Now he's just like, screw you. Regular Thunder. Like I said, I remember this fight fondly, and I can see why. I stand by it. This is totally an awesome way of designing a Black Mage fight. Looks like you can outdistance that a little. Oh, nope, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Holy... Meanwhile, Mr. Red is like, oh god! Oh, what's that? Void Fire. Oh, Void Fire. Void Fire. Cute! You're cute, game. Regular Thunder. Oof. I shouldn't call these out. I apologize. I'm kind of doing it for myself more than anything, if I'm being completely honest. I'm just gonna stand on it this time, see if it does anything. Nope. No, dear. So yeah, that vacuum is apparently just a full-on unavoidable. That's fine. That's fine. Decisive battle. So this should be tree form. Front of. Listen, Valvatrix. Black mages should have holy, I'm just saying. So, one of those me, one of those is me. I hope I aimed that right. Oh, I think I did. And then Meteor, which is the edge. Hello. I don't remember what Black Hole does. We never saw this last time. It does black holes. Cool. Cool. That's cool. So that's Void Fire. And then Fire 3. Get away from people. Sorry if I hit anybody. I think I did. Meteor to the edge. To the edge. It kind of does Blade Travel. In a great way, though. I love it. Regular Thunder. I mean, Vacuum Wave is one of his meanest attacks, too. And in actual FF5, it is literally a physical attack, so that tracks. Is that Void? Yep, that's Void. Yep. Hopefully this is out of the way. Sorry in advance if it isn't. Oof, looks like I didn't kill anybody with that, so that's always nice to know. Listen, there's everything's going on here. I love this fight, by the way. I guess I'm going to be saying that a lot of the Omega fights are really legit on the gameplay axis. Like I said, fan service, but who cares? It's a good fight. Oh, here we go again. Oh, I forgot about that step. My bad. And waiting very patiently. Okay, I accept. Brains. I was gonna say this would be a good time for a healer limit break. Gotcha. Hopefully. Nope, I totally didn't get you. He's at 30%. We're dead. We are super duper dead. I give up on life. That's attempt 2, by the way. Best version of Red Mage in an FF game is in this one. I have never liked Red Mage in basically any FF other than this one. Red Mage is, by the way, my favorite mage in this game. My favorite ranged caster. This. This. Try to optimize my rotation a little bit more this time. Spend a little bit of time on something other than mechanics. Whatever. Perfect disco. Tell me how to play the hunter class. I appreciate. Got it off. I got off the attack. I got off the attack. Oh, Summoner's very fun. Whoop, 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 whoop. I do like Summoner a lot. Don't mistake me. Honestly, there are very few classes in this game I don't like, and even Black Mage has gone up a little bit in my appreciation since actually getting some of its abilities. Doop-de-doo. Doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doo. A little bit, yes, Blade Travel. Although, in my defense, first of all, screw this quest. But second, and far more importantly, I still don't... Oh my god. I still wouldn't say I like Black Mage. Just that it's not as bad as it used to be. Then again, I haven't played it at 90, and every class is different at 90. I've only played a few at 90. Not a lot of opportunities to do that, except at a target dummy. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. I'm an idiot. Oh, I can't believe that didn't hit me. I'm sorry. Bullcrap, that hit me. Run, Bregman, run! Run those amazing hips. Or, I mean... Honestly, Bregman's amazing hair. Like, if you've seen pictures, holy crap. Her hair looks awesome right now. This is gonna hurt. We lived. We lived. We're all okay. Everything's okay here. We're all okay here. How are you? No issues. No problems. What else you got for us? Okay, that's a good one. Better RNG than we had last time, so I'll take that. Did you notice all his spells hit like a truck? But that makes sense since you'll be able to dodge pretty much all of them. So there's a logic to that. After all, he's a black mage. Or a mage, I guess is actually better to put it. He's a mage. Mage in armor. I mean, honestly, XIV in many ways is a perfect pick for, you know, a final boss, a main villain, because he is a powerhouse. Even just ignoring all the, you know, I have all these extra abilities and powers and stuff thing. He is... Zoop. I'll go here. I mean, he's got all that crap going for him. Ooh, okay, that's... I'm gonna go here and hope for the best! Ooh. Yeah, he's a black mage, white mage, who also has armor and a sword. Yeah, no, it's... Listen, Final Cloud, it's not my fault that they got what black mages wrong in this game. Just saying, black mages have access to holy. It's just a fact. Oh, okay, so this is what I died to last time. So let's see, what do we got? Ah, okay, I see what happened last time. And yep, I was expecting that. Breathe! Really, you need to have a Mentos, the fresh maker. Whoop! That's gonna be a knockback. I see what you're trying to do there, XIV. I think you're clever. One of those is me. That should be good. Oh, yeah. That's just chain casting, too. He just does not relent. Look at this nonsense. I love it. His mana pool. Like, we're talking about the different mana batteries. XIV's mana battery is Gargantuan. He's just got mana. He's just got mana for days. Come on, do another Blizzard. Blizzard would be perfect here. Do it. Do it. You know you want to. No! It's not great. I'm gonna go over here. Hope that. Yep. There we go. Yeah, his battery is the freaking void. Well, actually, considering the fact that he keeps channeling the void, I wonder if that's true in lore. Like, obviously, we're putting way too much thought into this, but you know what? Whatever. If he gets to 10%, I'm gonna go and blow the limit break. Well, there's 10%. One thing to do. Yeah, I was waiting for what he was doing next. I was just waiting for him to Void Fire 3. Around, moving around. Finding a safe space to be knocked back to. Whoop! Good job. Good job, everyone. As you saw, that is a fun, mean fight. Wind up X-Death. Added to the loot list. And we'll never see him again, except for a couple minutes from now. Okay. You pass the only thing anybody cares about, which is the X-Death. And I'm out. I totally saw that, USN Corp, and I saw you rescue me out of it, too. And I was just like, oh, come on! Because the whole reason I was waiting was to make sure he wasn't going to do, you know, one of the many things he could have done to interrupt that. Yeah, the LB got off. We did it. The shell around the place began to crack. I feared for the worst. Yeah, we got a couple minutes of cutscene before we get to the next wave. But after we finish these cutscenes, I totally want to show off Savage that unsynced. I think that's a good idea. Even all officer President Corporeal, does this mean the area is no longer the Deltascape? Deltascape shutdown complete. Alpha Group victorious. Congratulations. Que. Combat record archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your hurts and await further instruction. Beep boop. With that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. Hasn't been easy, but it's been pretty smooth. We couldn't have done it without you. No, you couldn't. I don't mean that as a brag. I mean that as a... And that is 3 months of a sub. Yes, everything's proceeding too smoothly. Dun dun dun. Towards... So that's towards... the thing I can't... I've already let... Killzone! Killzone Trilogy. Thank you, Cielo, very much, as always. Much obliged, thank you. 'Tis well thou harborest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its test in complete secrecy unbeknownst to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha, what art thou, truly? The instrument of mortal triumph, or the bait to lure them into the abyss? I'm just cute. Uh-huh. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and admit that I was extremely suspicious of Alpha this entire quest chain. Thou knowest not thine own purpose. We can but watch and wait. And yeah, we gotta show off that transition. It's such a cool transition. Like, I've talked several times about remaking the FFs in what I call full 3D awesome. But what we're about to see is actually how I picture the X-Death fight going in a proper remake of FF5. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Which is one of the most irritating things to me personally, but let's ignore that. Initiating new subject. Alpha group members to severe stress. Subjected to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Event found. Death of a comrade. That's debatable, Trihexia, but let's be honest with ourselves, no. X-Death is strong enough in lore that he could honestly probably give Omega a little bit of a run for his money. I was gonna say, yeah, anybody who hasn't unlocked the Savage, the Deltascape Savages, get to it. Yeah, go for it, Rex. This is good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha. Fearlessly going into battle where you were called upon. We're glad to have you. Are you comfortable out here? I'll take that as a yes. Well, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment's rest. 3 months pass. Or not 6 months, I forget, but whatever. We're back! Double check. I'm pretty sure I have the Savages unlocked. Welcome back. We blazed a trail. You're helping out the company. It's super awesome. Frankly, we need all the help we can get, with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone. Irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it. You didn't tell her. I did after a fashion, though I may have exercised executive discretion. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors or habit of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way doesn't make it the right way, and until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to remind you of them. But such irksome matters aside... Aren't you just the most adorable little thing? I am not left-handed is completely different than stress power. I am not left-handed is... I deliberately hold myself back unless I need to actually unleash. A.k.a. Superman, a.k.a. Kenpachi Zaraki, a.k.a. plenty of other characters. The fact that we can only be super strong if we need to be, if something pushes us to be that strong, honestly just irritates me. He followed you of his own free will, did he? Which means he's part of the family, and why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to his likeness? Shall we start off with the clockwork version? They'll be queuing up in the streets. It is pretty cute. Oh, you can't. What the Seven Hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. No, Trihexia. In fact, Omega wasn't even originally in FF1. Omega was kind of retconned in FF5, based on the ideas in FF1. But the first game to truly have Omega is FF5. Oh, I sent them off. Oh well. I don't like the sound of this. They were all taking all necessary precautions. We need to take care of them. To the Excelsior! Leaving again so soon. Nero, Lore, accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash. Consider it done. I'll bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Now, you're thinking of War Machine, Trihexia. But again, now I don't have concrete evidence of this. I've talked about this during my 3 Final Fantasy lore runs. But I strongly suspect that War Machine was eventually was the inspiration for Omega. Let's put it that way. I can tank if I have to. Although yeah, I'll tank for Savage. I got it. I don't mind. I actually do know the X-Death fight reasonably well. What I do not know is the Neo X-Death fight at all. And I'll just, honestly, for this one, I'm just going to go Gunbreaker. Wait, nope. Yep, my Warrior's 90. I'll go with Warrior. I don't have 90 gear, but, you know, there's nothing I can do about that. Well, that's not true either, but there's nothing I have done about that. As it should be, USN Corp. I mean, let's be honest, we're mostly just showing off the transition. Alright, we're here. This is not the original Omega. The only original... Okay, there's a few debatables, but the one thing we know truly is the original creature in this, from the other FFs, is Gilgamesh. That's the only one that's absolutely defined. No, really. There are a few other debatables. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. I'm on my 90 Final Cloud count. Well, Biggs and Wedge are having issues, apparently. Yeah, there's the dude in POTD, but he's not from another Final Fantasy. He's from Tactics Ogre. Although that is a good example of someone else who's from something else. It's just a weird exception. Like, hey, remember that one Necro in the optional quests of Tactics Ogre? No? Well, here he is! Shrug. Anyways, Biggs and Witcher down. No! Chief. Lore. A monster appeared out of thin air. Yes, Disco. The overwhelming majority of other Sids and Chocobos and Mogs are all just different versions. Target exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. Alpha group exhibits heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing on them? Affirmative. I am able to create life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you, however. There are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. Objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly. Those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose I brought you into my domain. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the self-same anomaly. You are fit to remain subjects. You will continue participation. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. And let's be clear, Omega could totally wipe out a lot of the life on this planet. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life on this planet. It would seem we have much to ponder, but first things first, we must tend to our friend. Quickly, help me carry them. Which Omega is the strongest? In lore or in gameplay, Triaxia? Garland and Alpha took the wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. Chief bids me lend a hand, so I guess I'll go there too. You should go to Ralger's Reach. Okay. I mean, we were all making fun of that back when Telegia was like, I'm gonna control Omega! Because, yeah, no, he had not even the slightest idea of how much over his head he was. I'm gonna get Omega! It's gonna be great! I'm gonna control the world! It'll be so cool! Alright, Omega, let's go! Test subject denied. And just deleted. Gone. No. I'm still in Quest. Although I guess I could do Savage. Well, first he'd have his soldiers have guns at everyone's back, Arcturus. And then he'd just win every match. I would say probably the strongest in lore Omega is actually the one we're facing right here in this game. And I mean that one. We haven't even seen the extent of what Omega can do yet. I mean, we're still in part 1 of 3 here. Are they okay? Yeah, they're fine. All we can do is wait and pray. Not strike me never full. I should have been more mindful of the dangers. I never should have... Should have what? Activated Omega? You know as full as I do there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But who is this truly for the better? All mankind held ransom. That is the one who activated Omega. I bear the bearer. Actually, if we're gonna really come down to it, the person who hit the button was Lys. So, Lys is the one responsible for all this. You are deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. The whole old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist, spouted about proper uses of technology. It was in the wake of your old man's mishap at Boja, I believe. Hey, Boja. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is embrace who you are. A man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. Yeah, remove it from the narrative, Mr. Red. Ah! Abathur would play poker, lose, and figure out who won, and then recombine the people who won with the other people who won to make the perfect poker player. So, yeah, we're facing all kinds of horrible, evil stuff, and we must not lose. And everything's cool, and Alpha's cool, and Jesse's cool. We'll be analyzing. I think we actually haven't hit the 6-month pause yet. And there's the Savage thing. It's okay. I should be ready to go for Savage. I mean, I guess I was ready to go earlier, but whatever. I am currently ready to go for Savage. Let's do it. Ready. I'm ready. Throw me in, Chief. I got this. Don't you mean put you in? No, throw me in! Throw me, I'm ready. I'm ready. 1 healer, 1 tank, 6 DPS. We got this. Kick Brigwin and let's go. Anybody else want to be in for Savage super quick? You got like 10 seconds to respond. We do have a timer and we're running out of time for the day. We kind of want to make more progress here. 3, 2, 1. Nope. Too slow, Mr. Red. Let's go. You've never done it before. Do you have it unlocked? Also, I sense an Omega nearby. Somewhere. Close. And it must be destroyed. Oh, hey, I can change my transmog over here. There's no warrior suit. Why can't I label these? There we go. Apply. There we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. Too long! Ugh. Die, everything in front of me! Oh, sorry. What's going on? Wait. I'm gonna follow through on the warrior quest chain and give in to the beast within! The beast within. Oh, no, I fought it back. Wait, hang on. Next quest chain. Beast within. Beast within. Yeah, beast. Oh, hang on. I have no longer given in to the beast within. I've given in to the rave within. Let's do this. Okay, I should probably get some questions through here, because I got a big queue. Let's see here. Pillars of Snow says, when the Warriors of Darkness said their crystal's power was spent, would ours have been as well, leading to us being depowered? Nothing indicates that whatsoever, but that is a possible explanation for why we're suddenly, and without explanation, weak in Stormblood. Have I ever seen the Resident Evil movies? Actually, I already answered that one. Yes. Let's see. Tim says, you said before that if you were transported in an FF14, you would act the same, which I do. If we were to turn that premise into an isekai, which I never know how to pronounce, anime, what would the overly long title be? The infinite power of the lore runner and the usage thereof in order to conquer the multiverse from within Final Fantasy XIV. I'm gonna go ahead and skip this cutscene. Where's my thing? Ready. I'm ready. I'm not ready. So, hang on. That and that. Okay. I've got my buttons. Help, I hate Animite, but I'm in one! Burn everything. Burn, burn, burn! We want him in phase 2 as quickly as possible. A lot of buffs. best getting to like in isekais. You're in one. Or, I mean, what's this one? Oh, right, I remember that one. God, I haven't had that ability in a while. I think we're in... Which phase are we in here? Is this it? Yep, I think this is it. Hang on. Boop. Like I said, this is totally how I picture this actually happening in a proper remake of FF5. Then... Well, that's odd. God, I love that transition. Okay, get my HUD back. We can just die right now. I don't even care. I love that transition. And yeah, there's the full 3D awesome model of Neo Exith. Blah. Vomit. New background too, by the way. I don't know if you got that. Starts off with Almagas. Just opens up with that crap. Used to being 90. I got this. I got this. Well, everyone else actually has this. I'm just here for ballast. What the hell's Titan doing here? Holy crap! There's Grand Cross. Yeah! I don't even know these mechanics. I'm just playing around. Look at these attacks! Look at this freaking fight! Bam! Oh, hey, we don't even have to redo the first phase. That's actually kind of legit. Screw it! Screw it! We got this! We got this! But I'll have to pay attention for the thing next time. What was it called? Did anyone catch the name of that freight train that ran over me there? And by run over me, I mean maybe walk off the edge. Grand Cross. Alpha, specifically. Got it. Delta. Yep. Oof. Haven't used my own heals, for shame! There it is. Into the middle. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, where'd it go? What's up, boy? I don't even know what this attack is, and I don't even care! Booyaka! That's what that attack is. Good to know. Oh, I love being thrown in the air. It's the greatest. Yeah! Feel the burn, quite literally. How did everyone die from that, and I didn't? Like, I'm okay with not dying, but I'm curious why that happened. Oh my god, he hit me for 98,000! He hit me for 98,000 with that attack. I forgive you for dying to that attack now, Rex. I'm just trying to keep the camera out so you can see as many of these attacks as you can. Oh, I got this! I got this. There's my heal. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Warrior time! It's go time. Come on, what else you got? What else you got? Grand Cross Delta? That feels like this way I should be. Let's find out if I'm right. I don't know what any of this is. Attacks suffered will result in knockback. Okay. Alright. We're just gonna do this. And we're dead! We did it! I don't actually know what killed me. Oh, I have to die? What? 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 Worst fight ever. 0 out of 10. Okay, this is fun, but let's go ahead and bail. Let's get on with it. We've only got an hour left, and I'd like to get as much of Omega in as I can before, before the end of the day. And we have to pause until whenever tomorrow. Because we're not going to get in all of Omega. We've got 2 tiers left. Alright, I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we're observing a huge surge of anomalous energy. Yeah, no, that fight looks amazing, but whatever. As they say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief? Well, you see, colleagues are talking about the feuding and the fighting of the energy and the Omega. Meanwhile, Nero's like, this is awesome! And Sid's like, this is terrible. Omega, gotta say it right. Anyway, energy surge, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we totally lost Elizar twice, actually. We turbo died. Yep, this is all great. Can we please get on with this? Yes, Alpha agrees. Oh yes, we've got an outfit for Alpha. I was wondering when this is going to show up. Dramatic pause. Behold! Alpha has become his true form. Ironworks Alpha. I mean, it looks pretty good on him, so. And just when I thought you were sizing him up for merchandise. Hey, I can do 2 things at once. What about my protective equipment? You are the famous hero who can afford his own gear. I bet you could buy a house for the cost of what you're wearing. Anyways. Thank you, Letson. As always. I'm glad you like my old and terrible stuff. Some bored idiot who was on work and had some time in between updates. I'll put that towards To the Moon. Thank you. So Zed doesn't want to tank because she hates me. I knew it. I knew it! You can just admit to hating me, Zed Slayer. It's okay. And we're losing people. No, we're losing people. I mean, exactly, USN Corp. That's what... People often ask me, what do you do in your job that you have time to sit in front of the video and chat? And I just... Every now and again, you just fire and forget stuff, you know? That's how IT work be. Speaking of which, I don't want to be... there we go. Solo only, yay! You got it, Dr. Winter. All the protective gear shall be mine. Along with to Darkest Dungeon. Let's see, Dr. Winter. Darkest Dungeon. There we go. I am with you, mortals, with what scant wisdom I can offer. Let's go! That is what I'm here for, Triaxia. One of the reasons I'm here. Damn it, Zed Slayer. Well, the realm looks a little different. A little emptier, a little more broken. The eyeball is a little more obvious now. Well, the rift seems much as it did before. We appear mercifully solid. I do detect some changes. If I'm not mistaken, there's fewer eggs. Yeah, there's a weird mask in the shape of Kefka over there. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Let's see if your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of the test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest where the strong eliminate the weak. Process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Each result matches predicted outcome. Except yours. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable stimulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. I'm cool with swapping people, Rex. I mean, I want to get as many people in for these as we can. I know Omega's quite a popular round. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one I must acquire. Foolish machine. What hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home planet? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Win, fight, evolve. Then I will return to... Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange. Returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalibrating project combat capabilities. Complete. I will now commence recording practical performance. Proceed. Overcome and reach the end of the course constructed for you. That's right, it upped the difficulty because Alpha has clothes on. That's not a joke. Are those cards? Which means... Home card game. Play! You mean to play a part in this proceeding this time. That's a hell of a leap. Of course that's what you mean. Well, we do have authorization, so let's do this. We got this. Turbo got this. Let's see. While I do this extraordinarily boring solo instance, Nameless Baron says, best retcon in Star Trek and why? Oh, that's actually a tough one. Gosh, I don't know, actually. I don't think I can name one. Everything to do with mid-TNG probably qualifies. Like codifying the warps, the Gale and barrier and all sorts of stuff like that. Getting rid of godlike entities all over the place. Removing TOS from continuity. I think that's probably the best one. Alright, so... do I have any... Oh, that's an Alex question. I'll save that for when Alex is here. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Do I think Sonic the Hedgehog and the Detective Pikachu are good video game movies? No, because they're not video game movies. That's actually the trick both pull. They are normal movies, which happen to have video game characters. Now, mayhap that is the method by which one can construct a video game movie and actually make it good. That's a different topic. But by my definition, I wouldn't call either video game movies. If you want to stretch the definition to include any movie that happens to do with video games, then yeah, you're good. Also, Warcraft is up there as well. Interesting you say that, Harriant. I look forward to your thoughts when we make the Klingons part of the Federation and the track rewrite. Let's see. Would it fit the Resident Evil game? Oh, this is from Zactaft. Would it fit the Resident Evil games? Would fit? Hang on. Does this seem out of place in some movies, but would fit in Resident Evil games? Wesker going full cartoon villain, and Jill being a knockoff Winter Soldier who kicks combat in high heels. That sounds terrible. But if you're going if you're going for the ridiculousness of the movies, which Lord knows they certainly did, then I could see that working as sheer, cliched kitsch, right? Actually, that's a good one. Retconning the Ferengi to not be evil and the next big enemies of the Federation. That was actually probably a pretty good retcon, all things considered. By the way, the attack they're using is called Lobe Runner. I'm not even making that up. Let's see. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Spawn, so I can kill. I need to kill. Interesting. Okay. We just... Okay. Let's see here. Would I like to review Resident Evil Village? No preference. Probably not, though. What's your favorite Resident Evil game so far? 2 Remake, no question. We're ready to... Apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. What a perfect opportunity to field test my new creation. Where did that come from? Well, you know my storytelling's terrible, Harian, so I wouldn't expect too much. Behold! The Mark 58? Iron Nero, complete with brand new and improved Mighty Mjolnir Gunhammer. Where did the armor come from? $48. Sorry. Nanotechnology. I don't know what else to tell you. Nanotechnology. Frickin', he can change glamour while not in town? Okay. I call bull on that. Of course it plays this song during this. Anyways, let's see. I've heard people complain that, argue, that Hojo, that's not a complaint, is the real villain of Final Fantasy VII, mainly due to the fact that most of the story is actually involved with him, as well as companion stories compared to Jenova and Sephiroth. Your thoughts? I mean, no, Sephiroth and Jenova are the villains of FF7, but the fact of the matter is that Hojo is more responsible for the events of FF7 than, well, Sephiroth is, for example. See, that's something that's kind of one of those interesting little facets of fiction. The character that is, the central antagonist doesn't necessarily have to be the character that is the one most connected to the plot, if that makes any kind of sense. Let me put this in a different perspective. Who is the villain of Final Fantasy XII? Well, the answer is Vayne. But, Dedaluma? Oh, I forgot about this. And yeah, exactly, Blade Turquoise. It's just Dedaluma. Is he gonna use a potion? He gonna use a potion on me? God damn it, I can't think of his freaking name. Vana. Even though Vayne is the main villain of FF12, Vana is arguably more responsible for what's going on, and the Ocuria are substantially more responsible. And for all intents and purposes, the Ocuria are the real evil force of FF12. But who's the villain of FF12? Vayne. Make sense? That's my take on it. Obviously, we could get into a definitions argument, which I hate those, so I'm not going to do that. But that's my take on it. That seems to be an end of them and the path. No. As far as operational duration goes, I was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. Here's your glasses. In between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card you used. Care to explain? That sounds like a no. He boasteth it is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for prowess in battle. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgar's armor, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn onto this far-flung planet. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Hydaelyn, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find my journey's purpose lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repairs, even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I do not understand why you aid these creatures. That's because you're not an AI. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap 'tis not so for a soulless machine such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth upon me a tempest of rage. I but lend these mortals what little aid I can render. Yeah, I hope you caught that. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. Experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next contest awaits in the Sigmascape. And yeah, did you notice the parallels between Xenos and Omega? I'm sure you did. So is the first boss on rails, so to speak? That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now what I'd really like to do is delve deeper into Omega's past, but as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we'll focus on the task at hand. Okay, so for no reason, I'm gonna switch classes for this one. Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. This test world you need to conquer, the Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? The castle was a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. We have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into analysis. The problem being that without a reference point, we can't even start, so you're just going to have to go in blind. Okay. It's okay, I will suplex whatever's in my way. Alpha, could you join him? Yeah, sure. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could be almost anything. I'm not too worried about it. Good to go. Oh, hey, it's a Boilmaster. Aw, the kettle's empty. It's a Mark 14 Boilmaster. Get it? Alright, so I'll just stand here. Alright, Zed. You and me. It's the Battle of the Monks. I'm ready. I'm ready. Shoot, you have 90 gear. I'm gonna die. Are we good to go? Yep, we're good to go. No! Not the infinite power of nothing, apparently. There kind of is retro, but not like what you're thinking. Like, Zed and I cannot duel right now, for example. I've actually gotten this one on roulette a few times. What are we fighting? Oh, that's right. The Phantom Train! Unfortunately, this was spoiled for me, which is a damn shame, because I've had the fortune of seeing a couple people's first reactions to that, and their reaction has basically just been like, oh my god, are you kidding? So, this is mostly just a pay attention check. I shouldn't say just, I don't want to diminish it. But, yeah, pay attention. There's a lot of stuff all over the place. Ignore the ghosts. They're fine. They're fine. Everything's fine. Run away from the ghosts. They're fine. They're fine. Everything's fine. Ignore the spotlights. I think. God, I actually forget what to do with the spotlights. See, there's some mechanics going on behind us here, which I'm just trying to show off a little bit. Whoop, 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 whoop. Diabolical headlamp. Okay, so perfect. I've got one on me. I'm gonna blow this. Oh shoot! I forgot the last spell. No, it's in the light. Okay. Come on. Over here. Well, that didn't work out as intended. No. I accept death. Interesting. I've never had this happen before. This should be interesting. That's actually, I should be up here. Yeah. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, that hurt like hell. Where'd it go? Where'd the train? I'm sure it's fine. Oh god, there it is! Sorry, I knew that was coming. Don't worry, Elizar. While I'm doing this extremely difficult and involved fight, while trying to pay attention, while trying to comment on it, while trying to read stuff out loud, I have not forgotten the questions. The questions are in the queue are there for when I am not busy, not while I am. Oh yeah, let's do it. I probably shouldn't have gone for that, but whatever. Bring it, chimney. Doing it in the different order because I was told to. I believe you, Disco. Okay, okay. So that's dealt with, and I think there's another thing. Nope, there's just a lot of fog. Siegfried. Damn. That would have been awesome. cabin from it. There's actually a cobweb and everything. Ooh, there we go. Oh yeah, what do we got at this level? Ah, frickin' acid rain. Whatever. That was... I'll take it. I'll take it. Oof. Oh, come on. Did you see that? I got knocked into it. I didn't even know that was possible. Whatever. I just really want to see Siegfried. That's what this is all about. Worth it. God damn it. Damn it. But yes, that's another very fun fight. And if you thought we had FF6 references before, oh boy. Alas, I never suplexed the train. I do apologize. Let's see here. God, I have a huge question queue right now. Traveler from afar, thank you for Doma. Hello, Elaine and Owain. That's what they look like now, canonically. Okay, back to being a... How's that Boilmaster? Glorious absurdity of all. Even you must have managed to smile. One wonders what Omega has in store for you next. A delinquent rowing boat, an angry cable car? Actually, I know which fights are coming up, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank gods you're fast on your feet. When I saw you be facing a train, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. We can determine this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which can be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess at the source in which the Sigmascape is based, but if it was fictional, it's safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with a train. The latter, Eva, in simplicity. Oh, all the FFs had weird bosses in it. I've talked about that several times. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to the research, it's something called Chatternook. Aw, I was going to save that. But yes, next up we're fighting a painting. What? Now, I don't remember all the mechanics on this one, which is unfortunate, because this is a very fun fight by memory, but anyways. Thrown together, he says, do you know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool of practical application? What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. It seemed to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit is due. Well done. History will appreciate my genius. Assuming it survives Omega. Oh, behold, the Chocobo Brush! I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works, but suffice to say I have adapted the tool to combat the peculiar nature of your rival. Put simply, you'll be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. This will require paint, and, well, the rest is up to you. Now back to you, Garland. Do you notice my absence of a steaming cup in hand? If you truly valued the efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task the Lordship, the Chief, can't accomplish without the help of subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologize for the damn kettle, but this has nothing to do with my upbringing. Argue, 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 argue. Argue, 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 argue. I'm actually with Nero on that one point and that one point alone. If you, as manager, cannot keep your people fed and happy, you either need to delegate that or get on it. There's really no need to make it resemble a brush, but we already had a ready supply of chocobo feathers, so I thought, why not? Oh, sorry, got distracted there. Talk to Alpha when you're ready, and we'll go fight Chatternook. He put a card by it. Shh, shh. Next to the kettle is one of Alpha's cards with a spring water thing. I'm good, whatever. Okay, so let's see. Questions. Do I think Omega would wipe out all life or attempt to if its demands aren't met? Yes. I think it would start to, in order to try and push us into action. But if we failed, like if we just died, it would be like, oh, well, okay. And then it would stop. Omega is nothing if not efficient. Honestly, to the point of its own detriment. Like, Omega's just does not care. I don't mean that as a negative thing. I mean, Omega has its objectives, its priorities, and that's part of what makes Omega so damn terrifying. It's just a machine. It happens to be a machine with ludicrous amounts of power and an objective to become stronger. But it's a machine. Yeah, it cares about functionality and nothing else. This is why Omega terrifies me so. It's because it will destroy the world, or at least start to, simply to try and get its objective. And once its objective, if that doesn't work, if it doesn't begin to move the objective forward, then it will stop, but it'll cause a lot of damage in the meantime. Do I think Omega is annoyed we defy expectations, or frustrated it can't understand? Oh, definitely frustrated. It does not comprehend, and it's still trying to understand that. Okay, so here's Elizar's question. If the if the first Lich King killed Jaden and Archimonde, and Gul'dan, that's a big list, played poker, how would they act? The first Lich King would obviously just raise them as kill them and then raise them as the dead. Kill Jaden wouldn't actually be playing poker. Kill Jaden would be over there, watching other people play poker and making a fortune off of the fight. Archimonde would punch the table over and then punch the person and then punch the rest of them. And Gul'dan would just kind of quietly sit there playing poker until all of a sudden revealing the royal flush at the key moment, winning instantly. Alright, so paint mode engaged. Okay, I don't remember all the mechanics in this one, so I'm just gonna suck. Well, forgive me for sucking, because there's suckitude. So we got earth, fire, wind, and water. Just remembering where my corners are. Okay, so here comes Chatternook 2. Demon Chatternook. Possessing. Fire. Okay, so we want water. Sploosh? I think I splooshed. Pretty sure I splooshed. Someone didn't sploosh. We played Wind Waker, right? Kaboom! Sploosh. Pay attention. Okay, now it's possessing Oith. Oh yeah. Best mount in the game. That's a total lie. This thing is ugly as sin. Apparently I picked the wrong one. Nope, it worked too. Yay. Yay for working. Listen, that's totally how you make abstract art. First, you take a lot of drugs. Then, abstract art. Ta-da! Or you just be a mono. That works too. What? Water. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't know if it's it or not. I'm just gonna try it. Sploosh. Sploosh. Oh, yeah, okay. Yay, I was right. Or someone else is right. Listen, Rax. Using my brains... I know, okay, in all in total sincerity, there's probably a little bit of my WoW leanings here, but I automatically assumed that that wasn't indicative of which one we should use. Because, so this is actually a great example of the difference between the Dungeon Journal boss and the non-Dungeon Journal boss. The Dungeon Journal boss could have these be whatever. Like, it could be each one is countered by some other thing, and you just have to know which one it is. A non-Dungeon Journal boss has to indicate it in some way in the fight, otherwise it's screwing up. As is being indicated here. So apparently, Chatternuke is the correct answer for this one. And by Chatternuke, I of course mean Chupon. Oh, looks like Chupon's already taken. I knew it. So I'm not doing a good job of explaining it. The long and the short of it is, in a WoW boss fight, it wouldn't be, this is the right answer for this kind of thing. It would be more like, this is the kind of thing that's happening. Which way do you want to deal with it? And like, one of the paintings would be, this makes it so you take less damage for X amount of time, or this thing makes it so that you hit a lot harder very quickly, and you get the idea. And so, each one of them gives you a different way to deal with the mechanics. So obviously there would be like the community standard. You always want to use this one for this one kind of a thing. But it wouldn't be literally the tethers we're seeing here. Did I not get... I didn't get it. Come on. There we go. It's a little close, actually. Listen, Evo, you need to know everything when you're writing, and you need to paint while extremely high. It is just the law. I don't make these rules, okay? I just enforce it. I mean, just look at Stephen King. Listen, Bob Ross is the exception that proves the rule. He's just too good for this world. That's all that was. I should know. He's actually from my home planet. Hey, Reggie. By the way, a very minor point, which is interesting in its own right. For the Earth one, you actually can use the Chupon. It's just obviously only one person can use it. It's kind of interesting to think about that they allowed you to pick Chupon in addition to the Air Force. Live, whoever's being chased over there. Dragoon looks pretty cool anyways. I accept. That was much less damage than I was expecting. Wow. Is that an LB3? Jesus. Oh god. That's not terrible. Okay, I take it. This is a very unique fight. But I have to admit, from a pure gameplay perspective, it's not as engaging as several of the other fights in here. So I will merely give this fight, one positive. This is a good example of simple but fun, while we're on the subject. Like, honestly, I could see that being a dungeon boss. You know what? I could actually see that being a... I agree with that. I agree with that. Aggregate. Done. Done. Does this game advantage melee or range in any way? Rax probably can answer that better than me. Most MMOs have what I like to call the melee tax. What that means is melee classes tend to do more damage because they are screwed over more by sheer virtue of being melee. Like the fact that they have to stay up on the boss and the fact that they have to do positionals means that their job is harder, so their damage is usually put up more. That's what the melee tax is. So, shrug. Like I said, that's true in most MMOs. I just wasn't sure about this one. I'll wager the Spirit was less than thrilled at being beaten at its own game. I must say, these field tests are becoming my favorite part of this whole experience. Yeah, giant hitboxes, small uptime spots. Yep, exactly right. And yeah, positionals is its own thing. You know me, I literally only know the positionals on one class, and it's the one I'm playing right now, Samurai. I feel should remind you, the brush was specifically designed with that area info in mind. All else, it'll avail you as well as any other brush. Oh, cool. Wonder what our next fight is. Understood. Meet them in a minute. That was Jesse. Apparently they're consider themselves well enough to visit us, so we're going to the surface for an interlude. But Nero's like, I have data to analyze. Nero will be fine without us. Everything's fine. What's positional? Good way to phrase that. And yeah, Dancer is extraordinarily mobile and is almost everything on an instacast, but it doesn't do as much damage as others, so it relies on buffs. Black Mage is a little bit more static in terms of movement, but also hits like a truck. Samurai doesn't buff anyone else, and has a fairly lengthy and involved combo. Zzz. But it hits like a truck, and so on and so on. After all you've been through, how can you not come right? How are you even walking? The surgeon will probably want to have words with us later, but he couldn't lie back. I'll let you brave the rift on your own. Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of all the little jobs? Yes, little jobs. It does seem you to have spoiled me. I only recently learned the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself. Laura has been a pillar of strength, as always. Alpha has been a stalwart companion. Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for test subjects, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet, so go home and heal! And don't come back until you've recovered. Alright. We'll come if you need us. Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of the Garland Ironworks, okay? That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have to go for a bit, so I want you to look out for Lore and the Chief, okay? I mean, quack! Sorry, one wrong. Yeah, most melees have a I'm going to ignore positionals for a moment button. Which I admittedly tend to forget even exists, but, you know. Also, they brought us food. Thank you. Yeah, True North on Monk. It's the only one I know off the top of my head. It's my number 5 button. What have we? This one seems strong, but exhibits no notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this 4th opponent, but if I can find the patterns in the chaos, the knowledge and reason will prevail. And I'll be truly evil. Even the most random actions are products of underlying logic. One but has to isolate behavioral triggers. Tastes like salt water. Why would... I need to take a closer look at that card. Yeah, thanks for the saltwater tea, Alpha. Oh, gotcha. It's always True North. Oh, okay. That tracks. Alpha group showing sign of recovering from recent trauma. Initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. God, that's so horrifying. Imagine a machine that goes out of its way to make sure that you're stressed all the time. It'd be like working an office job. Happiness level exceeded. Please return to sadness quota. Or retail. Oh, God. I've worked retail more than once in my life. And then, of course, I've worked fast food. Which, I mean, you know. Back, are you? We should return to the task at hand. Everything alright? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water, not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? That wasn't my doing. Of course not, that would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time I'd prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this. I want to begin preparations for the 4th. Okay. Right, Lore, this thing is called the Guardian. Now, what's funny is the Guardian, like, it's a blue mage. We're fighting a blue mage. Let's just call it what it is. Good to go. Whatever. Let's see. Questions. If I could be inserted into Warcraft by taking over the body of one of the characters in that setting, which character would it be and why? So, Lord Harrimont, if you're still there, does this mean I get all the power of the entity in question? Because that's a pretty important question. The Jailer. Think about it for a second. Like, that's barely even a question. The only other possible choice would be, you know, one of the Titans. Yeah, it's a little bit too cheap. Because, you know, the Jailer is an eternal one. Which is on tier with the Titans. And the only things that are higher tier than that is the stuff we don't even know what they are yet. So I'll just pick the highest tier thing I can think of and go with that. I love how this Guardian looks, by the way. Yeah, as I say, the Void Lords, yeah, I tend to agree, please no, but I don't want to get into that right now. If I was restricted to mortal characters, well, that's interesting, because that would limit me, for example, so I couldn't pick any elves, or any, Draenei. The Jailer is effectively another Titan. I mean, honestly, just Sargeras, you know what I mean? I'll just pick Sargeras. There you go, that's easier. It's effectively the same pick. No, I know what you mean, Dr. Winter. It's just, I mean, you see why it's such a problem, right? In Warcraft, it's kind of hard to define mortal, ironically. So there's our unavoidable. Let's see, what's he emulating right now? Ultros! Tentacle simulation engaged. All the female party members, be careful. Yep, okay. There. Blagoo. If I had to force myself to just picking a human? Khadgar. Probably. I mean, the choice at that point is either Khadgar or Jaina Proudmoore. And I'm a guy, so I'll go with Khadgar. Khadgar is not from Warcraft 3. He is, in fact, from Warcraft 2, and, obviously, World of Warcraft. Anduin? Why the hell would I pick Anduin? Anduin is, at best, a low-level priest with, you know, a kingdom at his back, but still, he's a low-level priest. Yeah, I don't remember how to deal with the missiles. Remember they're, like, slow, and then they're fast. Yep, okay, right. Here should be safe, hopefully. Fingers crossed! Not in a minute. Yep, okay, we're cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Yes, Khadgar is from Warcraft 2 and World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft BC and Legion, and that's actually it. Oh no, he was in Warlords as well, my bad. Yay. Yeah, he pieced out over Legion, and what's funny is, in-universe, he actually has a line where he says, I don't want anything to do with this stupid Horde versus Alliance bullcrap. So, you all go deal with that yourself. I'm gonna go be over here. God damn it. Okay, I'll deal with this one. I'll deal with this one. Screw it, screw it, screw it. Committing! Oh no, it's Dataluma! Dr. Winter. Whoop. Staying away from the dancer. Oh, God. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. As a vacation? Good question. Going for the threes. Going for the more threes. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep it rolling. Did we get every of them? Nope, we missed one. But, with a last-minute rescue, we get them all. For the win. Good job, everyone, including whoever did that rescue. Since we got all of them, other than the rescue one. I blame the people in the rescue, and I think it's their fault, really, that we almost had a perfect, flawless run. But, you know... I'm gonna die. Yep, oh yeah, that's just my life. I deserve this. Yeah, if it's not obvious, this is a bit of an ad fight, it's a bit of a mechanics everywhere fight, but... You notice we're also fighting in a proximation of Kefka's Tower, so if you ever wonder what it would look like in 3D, there you can kind of see it in the distance there. Anyways, boop. Worst mechanic introduced in Stormblood. Solo... Oh, wait, no, that's not a mechanic. None. Pass. There is no such thing. That actually hurt. What the crap hell? Oh, he's emulating Dataluma. Wait a minute. Stop emulating that loser. I'm taking a melee one, and you can't stop me. You can't stop me. I didn't even just see your question, Elizar. What question are you asking me now? Okay, I'm just going to take that hit in the face. I need to stop looking at chat. I need to stop doing it. Chat does not exist. Yeah, there. I literally can't see chat now. Typical streamer mode engaged. Oh, right. Okay, over here. Right, arm and hammer. Are you gonna do it? Oh, okay. Whatever, I don't even care. This. I ban Mr. Red right now. Super ban. Nope. That's a misclick. That's... Now I'm gonna do it. I want to kind of show this one off a little bit. Oh, come on! Worth it! Oh, yeah! 4 stacks! I am an amazing person to have 4 stacks. Hey, it's the mount you can get from this. Corner. Button. Don't mind me. Jesus, still at 8%. Okay, no more screwing around. Nice and smooth. The lid buttons a little more often. I have the hardest time telling which way this thing is facing without looking at the arrow. Because its front and its back look so identical to me for some stupid reason. Okay. Let's go. Just keep it going. Just keep it going. God damn it! Stop that! Ugh. Yeah. No marks this time. Death to, whatever that button's called. There, okay. We'll now continue to look at chat. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Nope. There we go. Chat re-engaged. I don't know, what do we think of that fight? I mean, there's a bunch going on, but it's not actually all that special, especially compared to some of the other Omega fights. Which is a bit of a shame, because, you know, a lot of the 5 fights were just awesome. And yeah, that fight's just kind of, I mean, it's okay. You know, it's not bad. We could just give it another aggro. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come in. That's true, it is one of the top 12, I agree with that. Let's get ready for the big one, because I was supposed to cut off stream a minute ago. And I really want to do this one, so I'm just going to read this at my pace for a second and completely ignore questions and chat. Because, like I said, I was supposed to cut off stream a minute ago. We absolutely do, yes. Meanwhile, Nero's not looking well. Put together a profile of your next opponent. This next one better get positives. I don't know what this thing is, but apparently it's some kind of machine or whatever called Kefka. So I don't remember the exact thing here, but the simplistic way to explain the mechanics of this boss is he does a thing where you have to do the thing, and then he does a thing where you have to do the opposite of the thing. And I forget what indicates which. Okay, so apparently it's the question mark is the opposite. Question mark is the opposite. This should be fun. Okay. Okay, yes, let's go. Here's what Kefka is if you've never played FF6. Embrace your destruction. Hang on, he's even quoting Kefka word for word. Embrace destruction, it's the fate of all things. People can always rebuild, new lives will always be reborn. A fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but don't mention who uttered the reply. You admire this villain. Perhaps. I admire the idea of upsetting the status quo. I mean, other than the fact that it looks like Kefka, there's no spoilers here, if you want to watch, Ross. I think they're awesome, Dr. Winter, when they're done well, and terrible when they're done badly. Good to go. Speaking of which, we are super showing off Savage, and that would be a spoiler. I don't remember that trailer, Blitterball. And I was playing when that came out. Let's see, I'm going to answer Eleazar's question just so he doesn't hate me. Have you ever sided with the bad guys in a story because the main characters are insufferable? Nope. Already answered that question. Oh yeah, he's just quoting FF6 here. Don't mind him. Well, you got a few more weeks of it, Eleazar, and by that I mean probably more than a month. One of my favorite little details about him is he's actually not smiling for the most part. Like, obviously he's got the painted smile, but it makes it look like he's smiling, but he actually isn't for the most part. It's just hysterical to look at. It's very Kefka. Because after all, Kefka has no real need to, or want of, smiling. Why would he? Yeah, ignore the actual Kefka laugh, by the way. Nice touch. I'll give you that one, swear. Is that the Tank Buster? Hyperdrive? The thing that drops a bunch of... Oh yeah, similar to X-Death, he uses a lot of standard things. So, as usual, we show off... Yep. A lot of his mechanics, so we can get used to them here. I mean, go for it, Eleazar. That's fine, that's your prerogative. I'm sick of Dark Souls, and I'm playing Elden Ring next, so what the hell do I know? Whoop, whoop, whoop. So there's the really obvious question mark. And that's kind of how it works. You get the opposite effect like that. Now, this is all fairly simple, right? He's going to start layering this stuff like crazy later, so... As before, we have good tutorialization. Ignore ignore that, ignore all of that in the background. There we go. Really starting to level those things. Now he starts teleporting, because he can do that. Yep, of course, we gotta have Dancing Mad. I actually thought it only played in Savage, silly me. I like his Ultima, by the way. You notice it's actually styled like the FF6 Ultima. Oh, we moved up a tier. Tier 2. I love how he just throws it on the ground, like, pwong! Whoop, it's total garbage, Disco? Does that answer your question? Yeah, no kidding, Bregman. God, that movie is so dumb. It's not even enjoyable dumb, it's just dumb. We've talked about this, there is such a thing as enjoyable dumb. Like this very fight. No, I'm joking, this fight's awesome. This is honestly probably a 2 positive fight. I really like this fight. There's a lot going on, but all of it is nicely, beautifully layered on top of itself. Tier 3, speaking of which. Nope, nope. Sorry. Goddamn, I didn't see the question mark. Ooh. Listen, battleships don't need time to be made battle ready. They just are. It's what they're called, battleships, dude. Yep. Ooh. I don't know if there's actually a pattern to it once he gets at a certain point of the fight, but he just does whatever the hell he feels like, it feels like to me. And he can combine his attacks in whatever order he feels like. He's doing Ultima twice in a row here. For God's sakes. Yeah, it's just Capcom. Whoop, this is a do not look at. Oh, that's interesting. A do not look at and be in. There we go. Ooh. And he likes to do this teleport thing. Like you do. Ooh, too close. Oh, and then he jukes you. And that's what happens when he jukes you. Here, I'm gonna blow this. Yeah, this is the ultimate jukebox. And I admit, whether a jukebox is good or bad depends on you. Anybody who's played the Punch-Out on the Wii knows exactly what a jukebox is, because there's a boss there whose entire purpose is to completely fake you out on what he's about to do next. But that's kind of Kefka in a nutshell. I think they do a good job over there, especially since, you know, it's not completely punishing if you fail, with only one exception, which is when you get knocked over the edge. Or most Dark Souls bosses. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, Potion. I really keep hoping for a Switch version of that game. Okay. No, Zed Slayer. It's okay, I've already looked up cheats. I've got cheats ready to go for Elden Ring. I'm good. As always, the goal is not to cheat, but the cheats being there is a huge comfort to me, let me tell you what. Alright, let me pass on all this stuff. There we go. I hope to co-op, but I don't have a guarantee of co-oping. I have no idea who's interested or even capable of joining me for the Elden Ring run. So I'm not counting on Elden Ring co-op. This all's been decided. Contest has been decided. Alpha Group victorious. Sigmascape test world now being erased. Come on, we should go find lore. Kakonk! If you want to, Sonic Doctor, you're more than welcome to. My only concern is getting invaded. Because I know there's some assholes invading right now in Elden Ring. Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? Yeah, let's hit Savage before we sign off for the night. You could say I had a visitor while you were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Damn it. I never should have left you alone. Not after what happened with Biggs and Wedge. As if I would trail along behind you like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. That was my victory, my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious Warrior of Light was just another variable in my grand experiment. Alright, Nero, save your strength. You're dumb. Garland. What? The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours, to do what must be done. And I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked in chains. I suppose part of me's never forgotten the days of streaming Dark Souls 2, where we had actual hackers showing up and just glitching out the game and just, oh, that was awful. Hey, Alpha. Oh, it was bad, Reggie. Like, they were teleporting people around and glitching out the encounters. It was really bad. Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Lore Runner. And of course, we were playing Dark Souls 2 co-op, so we were open for invasion. Consistent with previous performances, you have once again defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation of values, is it possible your limits are exceeded by unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle? Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential, unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate collection of desired data. Notice it's the same thing that was chaining Shinryu. Same cage. Well, same type of cage, rather. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt to escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Ribbit. That's a good question, Mr. Red. And that's a matter of opinion. But I'm going to go and say right now, I think Omega is demonstrably substantially weaker than MXL. And I actually have evidence for that, not just opinion. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious, 'twould seem the circumstance of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found in thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judge that my guidance here is no longer needed. That's a Yo Mama from Midgar's Armor. Yep. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at the last. But so be it. Such a death becometh thee not. Thanks, Midgar's Armor. That is the second time we owe you. To slumber shall I betake for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgar's Armor, once again, your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel. Thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which by thine own admission defieth thine understanding is the height of folly. Temper thy desire, trust to the results of thine experiments, and when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential failed. Tend your injuries, Alpha Group. Prepare for next round of testing. Yeah, have a nice nap, Midgar's Armor. I hope to see you someday. It's Nero. He's... Yeah, I almost died. Midgar's Armor technically just died. It's more of a temporary death when it comes to something like Midgar's Armor, but, yeah. Yeah, Omega, you cheated yourself. Alright, before I even continue this quest chain, go ahead and do the Savage. Just queue it up. Let's just smash through that, because we are way over the line, and yeah. I agree with Rax, by the way, Mr. Red. Fortunately, I am on a 90, so... So I think this is the same cutscene, so I'm just going to skip this. Let's see, what game has made the worst mistake of over-explaining its lore? Persona 5. Barely kidding about that. Yeah, by the way, sup everyone, this is my first time doing Savage Kefka. New to this duty. What are we waiting on? Can't reach. Yeah. Go. Oh god, I've got all the abilities at this level. Okay. This is... Ooh, yeah. Alright, hang on, hang on. Oh my god. Yeah, no. he's opening fun. Look at that. He's opening with fun stuff. Ooh. Just right off the bat. We didn't even see that attack the entire last encounter. That's new! And then we do the big ultra hit! And then the other big ultra hit, which we also have at this level. I love Samurai high level. I forget what level I get all this fun stuff at, but this is just awesome at high level, which I know all the classes are. Still true. Oh, we're just dodging stuff now. Okay, this is an okay. Screw it, everyone stack. Everyone just stack. He's over there. Yep. Oh my god, this is beautiful. He's got Light of Judgment now. I don't even know what that does. It just hits the universe. Cool. That's appropriate. It's the Light of Judgment. Push. Power. Oh. I think. Hang on. Yep, Holy Ascent. Hang on, let me get rid of the HUD for just a second here. Don't watch, Ross! Don't watch! God, he looks burnt. Which actually makes a weird amount of sense when you think about it. Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, he's got Fallen 1, because of course he freaking does! He immediately follows Fallen 1 with Ultima! Oh my god! You asshole! You dickwad! And then in... Oh! And he's not doing the other Ultima, he's just doing straight up Ultima this time. Look at this! He's actually casting Forsaken. Oh yeah, that looks amazing. Plus to everything. 50 pluses. What is this nonsense? I have one on me. Okay. Come into the orb. Or don't? Oh, shoot. I accept my death. I accept! Wings of destruction. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. So we've got Orbs of Death, Faces of Death, Fallen 1, Death. It looks like the orbs are just someone else needs to run to do it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, healer limit break, get us up! Get us up, healer! No! I think Rax blew it! Damn you, Rax! Damn you! Why? Rax is like, I was working for Kefka all along! Jesus Christ, what is this nonsense? Okay. So after seeing Exdeath Savage and Kefka Savage, I know we don't really consider the Savage fights in the review, but I'd like to argue a single negative for gameplay. Now, I know that sounds weird, but think of it this way. Think of all this cool that I'm never going to properly be able to experience. It's similar to the story being locked behind hard difficulty negative. Except in this case, it's cool being locked behind this, right? Like, this is awesome! And I'm never going to get to experience this properly. Oh, yay, Rez! Yeah, the Kefka fight literally feels incomplete on normal. I agree with that. This is awesome! And if you were paying attention, the Exdeath fight was just as awesome. Just cool. Like, I think my tone here of just, this is awesome, probably gets across my overall impression. By the way, we're totally gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna kill Kefka Savage. It's gonna happen. Yeah! Sorry. Considering we didn't kill Exdeath Savage, I am happy about that. I mean, as I've said before, I enjoy a good challenge. And I enjoy cool. And, you know, it was so cool looking. I wish I wasn't dead for a decent chunk of it. And Rax was like, I'm gonna throw the fight. What do we get? Diamond Gear? I don't even know what that is. Diamond Knuckles? What does that look like? Draw that. Oh, it doesn't look cool. Man, screw that nonsense. Pass. There's a freaking Air Force mount. I'll pass on it. I always pass on mounts. Diamond Weapon Coffer. Yeah, Rex. I love that Rex tried to throw. I'll pass on everything. You guys can get it. No, it's cool. It's cool. I've got my mount. You can have the Air Force mount. You can have it. It's okay. I don't mind. One of you all take it. I've got my mount. Look at this! It's even a cool arena! Oh my god, Square, you're killing me. Yeah, Rax, you take it, or Mr. Red, one of y'all take it. Giga, I love you, but you shouldn't take it on that character. Because I don't think mounts are account bound in this game. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm committed to this. Locking content, really cool content, behind that kind of thing kind of sucks, and more to the point, while the Exdeath fight is fun and the Kefka fight is fun, they're nowhere near as amazeballs as those two fights were, so... Yeah, at least I get to do it unsynced. If it wasn't for that option, I'd be really pissed. And unfair it shall be, silly idea. Wait, does it really Pillars of Stone? Oh, that sucks. We do have a precedent of giving a negative for something that locks story behind super hard stuff. So... Anyways, negative for Disco, for being Disco. Negative for silly idea. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. Okay, so I was supposed to cut off stream half an hour ago. So here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow morning, we're going to see how many people are on. And we're just going to kind of do other stuff. I've got tons of other content to cover. You know, we've got Hildebrand, we've got Doma, you know, we've got quests. We got stuff to do. When we have 8 people who are ready and willing and able, we will continue Omega. And that's when we'll progress through the remainder of the Omega chain. And the goal here, hopefully, is once we've progressed through the Omega chain to pretty much immediately skip over to the Four Lords, which will be the next overall goal. So I do hope I'll be able to see at least some of you for that tomorrow. And I will see you tomorrow.